Hi everybody, hope you're all good. Thanks for coming in. Hello, good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you're at. Hope all is good. I am on the way in. Hopefully won't be too long. I may have fixed my shadow play, which is good. See how that goes. I've just got to quickly do something because one of the options in NVIDIA is not on, so I need to fix that. NVIDIA app. Right, hello everyone, hope you're all good. Hi Jockles, Jason, Sparkled, Yeti, Neil, Janny, Dalahast, Murray, Zeklon, Anonymous, Quatcha, hello. Funeral Face, you're right dude, Soupot, who else have we got? Vogel, Droid, Aki. Vogel, you have to give me a chance to go live before you start lecturing them about doing the like button, dude. Thank you though, I appreciate the thought. Yeah, I think it's a bit much to expect likes before you even go live, but it'd be nice. Right, where are we? That one. Okay, just joining the server. I'm not sure how this is going to go performance-wise. I'm trying something. I don't think it'll make much difference, but we'll see. Worse position now. Right, won't be too long. It's only two. I'm gonna turn the music off actually, I think. There we go. Right, there we go. We can sit in silence now. Quatcha, that's okay. Don't worry about that. It's going to populate the anniversary message in whatever language you speak. So it's just like an automated thing. Don't worry. It's obviously English in the chat for more normal messages, but stuff like that, you can't help that, dude. It's just Twitch has just set it up for you that way. You know, it's all good. Yeah, the congratulations thing with the little party hat is an automated thing. You can just tick a box on. So yeah, Frank didn't mean it, Quatcha. Sorry, did I say French? German, yeah, German. Yeah, that's definitely, the Gutzum is definitely not French, is it? I hope you're good, dude. Thanks for coming in. Hi, Wagwan. Hope you're good. Thank you for coming in. Reborn, thank you for the resub. Anabola, thank you for the resub as well. Hope you're good. 10 years today since my first Twitch stream as a partnered streamer. It lasted about 5 minutes. I remember the good old days when we had crazy streams like last Fridays. Better learn some German versus English is shitty. That doesn't matter, local hero. All we need is him to score. He don't need to speak to set up goals and to score goals and to be the best damn player in British football. To be the best player the Premier League's ever seen over a decade of winning the Premier League 9 times in 10 seasons over the next 10 years. And the only time they didn't win it is because they won the Champions League and were focused on that, you know? Like, they won the Champions League for the 5th time in the 10-year period, you know? That's the way it's going to be. The next 10 years. The Premier League's going to turn into, like, the Scottish League, except Liverpool will be Celtic. That's how it's going to be. Total and utter domination. They're going to change the Premier League to... Arnie Slot owns this. That'll be what they call it now. Arnie Slot's competition. That whiskey you said your favourite is expensive. Nabuna Have an 18 isn't cheap, Tightrope. It tends to be a special occasion for me. Usually I get a bottle around Christmas, and I got one for moving into this house. But I don't buy it the whole time. It is about my favourite, but I really love it. So if I open a bottle, it tends to take me about 3 weeks to drink it.
Congrats.
I only watch your streams on YouTube. What's so good about Twitch? Redbeard, nothing's so good about Twitch. Both viable, both perfectly great places to be. I obviously, up until recently, I only streamed on Twitch. So 10 years ago when I became a Twitch partner, the meta then was to stream on Twitch and to put videos on YouTube. So I've only been streaming on YouTube for what? Well, in November it'll be 2 years, so a year and a bit. GTO, thank you for the 14 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Of course, there's no guarantee that the Verts deal will go through yet. It still hasn't happened, but it probably will. 10 years ago, did you think you'd be streaming full time? Definitely not. Quack Attack. When I went full time, I didn't think I'd be streaming full time now. I just thought it would be a nice change from the job I was doing, and if it lasted a few years, that'd be great. Ever thought about a separate YouTube channel for edited videos? No. The edited videos come out on a Saturday. If there was going to be a separate channel, it would be for shorts or something like that. But my main channel's always had the edited videos. It's kind of what it was for, you know. It'd be like creating a YouTube channel and doing something on it and then creating a second channel to move that thing to. It would not make sense, you know. I don't think the streams need to be moved. I think my main channel for long format edited and streams is fine. If there was going to be a second channel, I think it would be better off being for shorts or something like that. Kind of interested to see how this goes. Performance feels better, I think. My CPU's being pushed a lot harder though, so maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning your... Oh. So I'm guessing YouTube has got some skipped frames. Okay, so I'm trying something with my settings today. And I'm not convinced it's been such a great idea so far. Right, give me 1 second. I'm going to have to stop the YouTube stream, I think. I don't think I can change this while I'm streaming. Can I? I think I've just done it. Right, let's see if we get encoding overloaded now.
Happy 10 years, Mr. Z. Party popper emoji.
Yeah,
Party
I'm still getting encoding overloaded. It's choppy as fuck. Yeah, that sucks. I'm still working on it. Bear with. Let me try that one. Not even convinced this is changing while I'm streaming on the fly, but we'll try. YouTube is still skippy. I might have to stop it and restart it. Yeah, I did think this might happen. It's not the ideal way to start the stream, but... So is it still skipping? Yeah, I'm still skipping frames due to encoding lag. I can see it now. Right, give me 1 second. I'll stop it and restart it. I'll be back in a sec, YouTube. I might need to start a new stream. Demon, thanks very much for the kind words. I'm doing okay, dude. Aside from the fact that this change I've tried to do has not helped very much, but bear with me 1 sec, guys. I'm just going to stop the YouTube stream and try and restart it and see if it helps. I won't be long. I will have to start a new one. Twitch, I'm not going anywhere, I don't think, but... well, I might have to. I'm not sure, but I just want to see if I can make this work. Because it's clearly skipping frames, which is no good. Right, I'll be back in a sec. Right. Just going to try that again. Let's see if that's worked. Hopefully I'm back. Let's have a look. Yeah, it wasn't changing the encoding. I may be a bit too low now, but right. Hopefully, it's not skipping any frames now. Sorry, I was wrong about Twitch. I had to close OBS down in order to change the streaming preset that I'm using. So it shouldn't be skipping now. Let's just see how it goes. So I don't know, like those of you on YouTube, it should still be 4K. As I'm running around and whatnot, just have a look just to see what the quality's like. I'm hoping it's still good. It's still 25,000 kilobits per second. It's still 4K. But I'm just trying to get the balance right on performance across both platforms, if that makes sense. Hi Tom, hello. So what I've done is this is really dull, but I'm still pissing around with the Twitch new 1440p thing. So because I'm sending using my graphics card 1440, 1080, 720, 480, 360 and 166 or whatever it is. I'm sending 6 different streams to Twitch from my graphics card at the same time. And so I've taken the streaming from YouTube and I've put it on my CPU. So my CPU is doing the YouTube stream rather than the graphics card, right? And it seems to be helping. I don't know if it's helping my in-game performance or not. I don't really know. I don't trust that frame count, and that says I'm getting 47 frames. There's no way that's right. It feels to be running way better. Did I start a new life? Yeah, I'm a new spawn. In fact, I might just start again because I want to just get a regular spawn. In fact, no I don't. Let's just keep this one. No I don't. Let's just keep this one. I've changed my mind. I don't know why I just took a screenshot. So, yeah, this is like a complete fresh spawn. And I've just spawned here because I'm not on the server I was on yesterday. It does let me use shadow play, so now I'm able to record the gameplay. Because the graphics card's not being overworked anymore, it's got space to record. Do you remember old Greg? Yeah, I do remember old Greg. Unfortunately, old Greg was a stream stalker, so he met me and some other streamers playing as being old Greg by watching the streams. He met me like 4 times, so...
Hope all is going well. We look forward to hopefully another 10.
That video was the first time I met old Greg.
Time.
After that, I met him many more times, and he ended up getting banned on a lot of community servers for stream stalking. So, despite the fact that that encounter was amazing, it's a good example of something. And still Just Jack, thank you very much for the support, dude. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Demon, thank you again. Command Sheev, thank you very much too. Sometimes conspiracy theorists out there like to suggest that I like pre-plan my content, like it's all staged. When actually what happens is that random people stage things on my behalf and I don't know it, if that makes sense. So old Greg got caught as a stream stalker and we banned him from the stream and we banned him from the servers. Well, I didn't ban him, but the server owners that caught him banned him. They were sort of on Spaggy servers back in the day. But sometimes when I have these kind of crazy encounters where I'm meeting old Greg and it feels like fucking amazing, sometimes they're legitimate and the dude's just fucking crazy. Unfortunately, sometimes it's all been put on as a show because they're watching my stream and they just wanted their, like, 5 minutes of fame, you know. It's Skippy and YouTube again, is it? I'm not missing any frames due to render lag. Quality is a bit low for 4K. It does get blurry. Ah, great. Okay. So, in order to do the Twitch trial, I am never going to be able to record ever again. I did think it wouldn't be as good because it's now not AV1 and it's not encoding in the same way. I am still getting encoding overloaded as well, which is absolute bollocks. Right, sorry guys, what an excellent start. I tried something, it didn't work. I may have to disappear and reappear again. I'll be as quick as I can. I'm going to try not... And I'm going to have to close OBS down, actually. I will have to stop both. Sorry, I know it's a pain in the ass, but we'll get there in the end. I won't be long. Right. I should have done that quickly enough to be back on YouTube on the same stream. Oh, this is a pain in the ass. Now I'm going to have to queue to get back in again. Hi, Rudu. No, you're alright, dude. Hello. When he sees it, he won't be happy. Yeah, I want it to look as good as it has been doing. I am absolutely not going to make the quality on YouTube work worse because Twitch think I should do everything for them. Fuck them. I want Twitch quality to be the best it possibly can be, but it shouldn't be like a case of robbing YouTube to pay Twitch. You know, Twitch, it's a pain in the ass. I'm doing my best. Hopefully we'll be there. One thing that seems to be the case is that I just ain't going to be able to record, which fucking sucks. Right, let me just make sure. So we're now back on NVENC for YouTube. And yeah, everything should be back as it was. We'll see how that goes. I think I'd better close the game down, actually, and just restart it, because I'm now using... I think that would be wise. Gorf, possibly. I could try looking at recording with OBS, but to be honest, the quality of the recording is less of a concern than making the streams right for now, but we'll see. I've actually got NVIDIA showing in the bottom left corner at the moment, so maybe it might work. We'll see. Oh man, this sucks. What's your favourite random encounter? I don't know, there's been so many. Possibly Crazy Chris on it. It's certainly the most consistently funny for the most amount of time. The Crazy Chris one was hilarious. When will it start again? Someone tell Tom to refresh, will you? On Twitch. You said you had multiple things going to Twitch. Could you not split that up, or is that... No, it's not how it works, Connor. It's a really kind of dull subject, but the way Twitch works is that in the past you send it a 1080p signal, and then on Twitch's side they have hardware, like lots and lots of, effectively think of it as like lots and lots of graphics cards, but it'll be like streaming cards, and they take the 1080 and then they transcode it into all the lower resolutions and then display it for the viewer in whatever resolution they can watch on. If they're watching on a phone, or if their internet's lower, they might have a lower res, right? So that's how it works at 1080p. But with 1440p, Twitch are not able to do that. Their technology on their end cannot do that transcoding. So if I want to stream in 1440p with the new codec and better quality, I have to send Twitch all of the different resolutions myself. And there's only one way to do that, and that's the way I'm doing it now. It's a really dull thing, but this test, I've been desperate to get on this test. I don't know if I'm going to stay on it. I think I'm going to end up back at 1080p. Exactly, Gorf, yeah. It's basically 1440p means you're a Twitch-only streamer, right? Like trying to stream to YouTube. Some people stream to Kick and TikTok or Twitter or whatever as well, you know. What graphics card do I use? A 5090. I'm sorry for not shutting up about doing something with base building, but you did say you would do something with it.
10 years and 1 million
I don't think I've ever
subs
said I'd do
TRMZ
something
love.
with base building while I'm streaming, Just a Lad, because I can't. I've often said that it'd be nice to do a base building series one day where I play off stream and like have like a base and go on missions and stuff, but I can't do that while streaming, and I've never said I would.
It's time to start running!
I'll show how you're doing. It is insane how behind they are, Pascarable, yeah. There are some other issues with it as well. So some people, when I'm doing 1440p streams to Twitch, can't watch anymore. If you've got a smart TV, it doesn't seem to work. Certain people with apps on TVs that are trying to watch the VODs or trying to watch the stream can't watch on Twitch. In fact, I was watching Smoke yesterday morning, and he's not using the trial. He's staying at 1080p because he he believes, along with his kind of YouTube manager, Gustav, that it's more accessible for the viewer than going to 1440, and then some people can't watch at all. So Smoke obviously could do 1440 and is choosing not to, and he doesn't even stream to YouTube. He streams only to Twitch. Base building series, please. I'm begging. Well, it's impossible for me to do, dude. It's like my streaming DayZ is my livelihood. Taking 2 weeks off to record, it would, for want of a better phrase, it'd be like being a full-time builder and taking 2 weeks off, but going out and building things for people for free. Not the best example, because I do make money from YouTube, but the reality is streaming is much more important in that regard than the video at the end. Like, taking 2 weeks off to maybe make 2 videos is not a clever thing for me to do, you know. It's actually letting me record with Shadowplay right now, which is strange. Right, how is it on the YouTube side today? This seems to be running okay, and it seems to be letting me use Shadowplay right now. Baby Nades did some great stuff with base building, yeah. How often do I drop in to watch other streamers? Not crazy often, DC Experience, but it depends what I'm doing, you know. If I'm on the PC doing something that allows me to watch a stream at the same time, then I'll occasionally tune in, like I did yesterday morning. You know, I wasn't doing a great deal, but I don't tend to watch DayZ streams as a hobby, if you like, or because I'm doing so much DayZ already. So unless there's a new map out, the reason I ended up tuning into Smoke yesterday is because he was streaming on Hashimmer, and I wanted to have a look and see how it was running, and the answer was not that well. So YouTube's back to the same settings as normal today. Only thing though, everything's running much better. One thing I've done, the one other thing I've done, and I should have already done this, I've gone into my, this might be the thing that's making my game run a little bit better. I've gone into, what the fuck do you call it? I've gone into DayZ.64.exe, and I've set its affinity to high priority, which might make sense to some people. I've just described it very, very badly, but I've set DayZ's priority to high so that it gets a bit more juice from the processor. And I feel like that's made a difference. So it's now the highest priority for my CPU rather than being sharing it with everything else. Genuine curiosity, not that I care, just how come you don't raid people at the end of your streams? Just curious. I think it's a fair question, dude. I used to raid, when I was streaming on Twitch, I raided pretty much every stream. Regular viewers will have seen me raid people all the time. I've always done raids at the end of streams for most of the time I was a Twitch streamer. I created a stream team for smaller streamers, which is still going now, and Joito is the leader of it now. But I created the Survivor stream team and invited people in it. People like Happy Bombs, and I invited Amish Z in when he had 300 followers. To give you an example. Now, I'm not saying I've got anything to do with Amish Z being a popular streamer now, but he was in the stream team when he had 300 followers. He didn't qualify to be in the stream team. So I've done quite a few things to try and be quite proactive about helping people grow. When I started streaming on YouTube as well as Twitch, I found that I don't like the way my stream ends when I try to do a raid. I'm streaming on both platforms, and if I can end the stream at the same time and say bye to my audience in one collective, I just feel like it's a better ending to the stream. And that's why I've not been doing raids, because if I decide to do a raid on Twitch, then I'm talking about it on YouTube and it's a bit confusing, or vice versa. And the one thing that's really blatantly obvious on YouTube is that the VOD, the recording of the stream, is going to get watched a lot more. So the quality of the ending actually matters. You know, like if I stream on Twitch, everybody knows it's a Twitch stream. Everybody understands the culture of Twitch. And the ending of a Twitch stream is kind of standard, you know, like you raid someone and everybody watching it understands what that is. But on YouTube, a lot of people are watching it like it's a video. And the end of the video being really confusing and talking about other streamers and saying bye to half of the chat and not the other half of the chat and so on. I don't feel it's a very good quality ending for the YouTube stream, and so I don't like doing it.
Nice one, Paul. Always enjoy your DayZ radio show.
I just find it a bit broken. So I kind of like ending both streams at the same time and saying bye to everyone collectively. It just seems like a better quality ending for my own content, basically. There's plenty of big streamers out there that don't raid ever, you know. But yeah, I just kind of...
Less than 3.
I have done a few raids in the last few weeks, like where we bumped into a streamer or something, or when we did the team up with the Charity Dono streamer. Well, it turned out he was streaming, you know. I raided him, but I don't feel it ends the stream as well.
Partner anniversary.
What did you set to high priority in Task Manager? The DayZ process. So you have to go into the individual processes and change the one that's the live version of DayZ. It ends in .xee, but it's DayZ. It's the 64-bit version of DayZ, as far as I remember. That's basically what it is. Yeah, it's called a redirect on YouTube, but the reality is that lots of people watching the YouTube VODs actually don't even realise they're watching a live stream. They just think they're watching something I pushed as a video, you know. YouTube obviously gets a lot more... Like, if I streamed... When I stream tomorrow, let's say I didn't stream for a week, tomorrow's stream will get many more views than it would get on Twitch. The same stream, you know. And a lot of people watching it aren't even... That people watch it don't know they're watching a live stream. They just think they're watching a video that I've put up, you know. That's surprisingly the case, but it is. Seems to be running very much better today. Voyager, yeah, it makes sense. It used to be something I always used to do before.
YouTube the mainstream and Twitch relegated to the bit on the side?
Phil, I think they're both equally as important to me. In terms of audience share, it already is that way. You know, in terms of the size of the audience, yesterday I wasn't studying the YouTube audience, but it definitely got above 5,000, and Twitch got not quite to 2,000. You know, like it already is that way in terms of size of audience, if that makes sense. But in terms of my priorities, it's not that way. It's kind of 50-50, and I wouldn't be a streamer without Twitch. I wouldn't have gone full time without Twitch. We hit over 6k yesterday. Well, there you go, look. Actually can't see the size of the audience on YouTube as of the new change around to how I'm streaming. Any particular reason to ditch the glass bottle?
Great
yes,
day
it
for
doesn't
an
store as much
anniversary.
water as the plastic
Happy
bottle.
10 years as Twitch partner. I really look forward to the next 10.
Thank you. Cheers, Coach Zed, dude. Thank you very much for the support. Really appreciate it. Phil, thank you as well. Yeah, the canteen and the pet bottle hold a litre of water. The glass bottle holds 750 ml, like a wine glass. Sorry, like a wine bottle would do. So it actually holds less water in it. So it's the least good. That's definitely proper English. It's the least capacity, volume. Yeah, I'm not too worried about what the audience size is now on either platform, because we've only just got started and I've had to keep stopping and starting. It takes like good 2-3 hours to gradually build up to the peak audience, you know, so it's all good. Whatever it is what it is. Diesel, thank you very much. Baggies, Jean-Claude, Dems, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you for the raid, Dems. Sorry it's took me a little minute to get there, man. Thank you. Son of Foden, thank you very much for the support as well. FN Agent, thank you as well. And Unisex, thanks very much too. Just coming back to the raid thing, I kind of partly want to say that I feel a bit bad that I'm not doing raids. I don't feel that guilty. And the reason for that is simply that there was a lot of streamers bigger than me in the DayZ space that didn't used to raid anyone. And I spent 8 years raiding people pretty much every stream, so I don't feel that bad that since I've changed and I've found it a bit hard to adjust to multi-streaming and I'm wanting to try and get... I don't feel particularly bad for not raiding anybody because I did it for 8 fucking years. And I don't know, if I can get it worked out and really feel like it flows, I'll start trying to do it again. But it's, yeah, I feel like it's nice to end my own content in a way that feels good. It's running really well today, way better than yesterday. Oh, LND, I know you didn't mean it that way, it's all good. Where is the best place for a revolver? On the floor and get a different one. To be honest, you can find the revolver in like coastal and just in from the coast areas, anywhere really. Like any house you can find a revolver, but the problem is that finding the bullets, unless you're on one of those lucky days, sometimes you'll be in somewhere like, I don't know, Chernarus, and you'll find a revolver and you'll find 3 boxes of bullets.
Thanks for the entertainment.
But other days, you won't find any bullets. You could loot every town you can find. You don't see any 357, you know. The problem with the revolver is the bullets are just not very common, and by the time you've got enough bullets for the gun, you've got a better gun. Cheers, DJ. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate it, man. Cheers for the prime. Thanks for tuning in wherever you're tuning in, dude. Buffalo, thank you as well. Coach Z, thank you too. I'm really pleased with this today. So, every single second of yesterday's stream, as I was running around, it felt like sluggish. It felt wrong. My performance felt bad. And today, just because of that affinity change in the task manager, I feel like it's running much better. I can only think it's that's done it. Unless it's just pot luck today and everything will run badly again tomorrow. But this feels great. What really depressed me last night, I put DayZ on. My frame counter isn't working right. Oh no, it is. It is. The other thing I did actually yesterday, I capped my frames at 120. And that might help as well, believe it or not. Like capping the frames might actually help overall stop it stuttering. So I capped my frames at 120 and I set the affinity this morning, but between those two things it seems to be a lot smoother. SKS rounds on the chair upstairs in red building. Okay, I'll go and grab them. Do you like the changes? Dave, I watched Wobo's video. I think the changes mostly make sense. I don't think the Tundra being tier 3... There was a time on official where the Tundra was only spawning in tier 4 in about 4 hunting stands, believe it or not. So I think the changes for the most part make sense. I don't fully understand why you don't get the rack in police stations, but like that's the one thing I don't understand from Wobo's videos. You can get the 25 round and 15 round mags in police stations on Livonia, but you can't get the gun. The gun only spawns in police wrecks, which makes absolutely no sense. That I don't understand, but nothing else really stood out as being particularly stupid.
What's funny about the revolver is that IRL you could sell the revolver and get a Tundra, SKS, and a Glock 19, and probably a decent scope. Colt pythons are very spendy.
Python. You want to see my Colt python, baby?
Been on vacation to Dublin, lovely city.
I've got a Colt
Been to
python
the
in my
Irish Whiskey
pocket.
Museum and brought a bottle of Skellig home. You know the brand?
I've never tried Skellig. But, dude, I hope you had a nice time. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Regan, thank you for the bits. Bandit, thank you as well. Yeah, you could... You can... I was talking about Livonia HVY, yeah. On Livonia only, the the rack doesn't spawn in police stations, according to Wobo's video that came out yesterday. Guess we ought to eat that, really, rather than starving to death. Jay Copper, thank you very much for the support. Regan, Vandit, Buffalo Bills, thank you very much for the support. Buffalo Bills stink. No, they don't. They're the best damn team in all of foosball. You missed a can of beans in the house. I don't even know what house I looted now, dude. It might surprise you to hear I'm not paying enough attention right now, but I would like those beans, so if someone can remember what house I was in, I'll go back. So Jimmy, I didn't get a regular spawn. When was the last time the Bills were in the Superb Owl? They got it like 3 times back to back. Sometimes teams are just unlucky and the best team doesn't win, you know, what can I say? It happens. Dave, he mostly does the science. Years ago, he used to stream on Twitch and he would play the game. But nowadays, he's mostly about the science and he's mostly about creating the content and like delving into the game files and working things out. He doesn't play DayZ. He plays like cracking DayZ, you know, like.
Lovely greetings from Germany.
Well, I don't know where I missed the beans. I don't know what house it was. I don't see no beans. I don't know what house I was in. I don't know. Well, I definitely was in here. Oh, we got a shot in it. We got a shot. I ought to load the BK, really. Could do with one of these with a backpack, actually. Bill Palm, yeah, that sucks. My dad just wasn't into sport at all. I don't know where I got mine from. I know my granddad was a massive gambler, like had a bit of a problem, like especially horse racing.
Zombies
so maybe I got something like
$250
left down from him, but my dad
Delicious.
wasn't into any sport at all, and I liked pretty much every sport ever. Anything that was on the telly sport-wise, I liked it. I am Infernos, thank you very much for the gifted subs. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Inspector Colombo, cheers for tuning into the videos. Thank you very much. Baron, thank you very much for the 4-month inning as well. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Alright, let's just go this way. Zach, well, Chernarus is my favourite map. But not only that, there's been a new patch fairly recently, and there seems to be some challenges on some of the modded maps as well. So I tend to get a lot of playtime on official, well, not official, but vanilla or Chernarus or whatever. But like same with Sakhal, I tend to get a lot of playtime on the no modded maps in the early weeks of a new patch, because it's just a good time to have your run on those kind of servers while the kind of teething issues with the new patch sort themselves out, you know. Definitely includes motorsports. Yeah, when I was younger, I used to like watching rallies and touring car and whatnot. Obviously F1, but back in the day, you could watch it all on the telly, you know, and maybe not live, but there was no pay-for sports channels and stuff. So if it was going to be on, you could just watch it on the telly. So you could watch everything from touring car to Formula One, like the F1. Every race was televised, I think, back then, and just on free-to-air TV. With the music. Did you play video games before DayZ? Yes. My favourite game of all time is probably Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the first one. Second favourite game of all time is probably Premier Manager on the Amiga 500. Third favourite, I'm not really sure. I might pick the first Tomb Raider just because it was so amazing, but there was an awful lot of games on like the Super Nintendo or the Sega Mega Drive, Sega Saturn, depending on where you're from, that I could pick as well. Like Street Fighter 2 and... Would you be excited to be a grandfather? Not right now, no. My kids are 16 and 13, so definitely not. Did I ever play Championship Manager? I preferred the ones from a more simple time. Even the early Championship Managers felt too complicated for me. I liked them a little bit more simple. Premier Manager was my favourite, and 2. Well, they were all very similar, but I really liked Premier Manager. Well, it's not something I've given a great deal of thought yet, Quack Attack, because if I'm being honest, it will be an amazing thing if and when it happens, but I guess like most dads, when you've got very, very young kids just starting to become one of them starting to become a young adult, you know, like, I don't think about grandkids yet. I think about making sure they don't come yet, because she's got to get herself on track, you know. It just doesn't really cross my mind in any way, shape or form. And I think I've got a funny feeling that it doesn't cross most people's minds until it's actually happening, you know. Kickoff was a hell of a game, right? You couldn't even turn with the ball. I remember being utterly infuriated by playing Kickoff because there was only one way I could work out to score, which was to somehow get lucky and have the ball at my feet and run in a straight line and then kind of slow up just as you were getting to the edge of the box and then shoot, and it's the only way I could ever score. You couldn't turn with the ball, you couldn't control the ball. And then Sensible Soccer came out and it actually felt like a game. It was so much better. I played most of the Marios. Yeah, I'd quite like Mario and Sonic. I didn't have a preference between coins and rings, believe it or not. But even back then, I preferred the. Well, I got into gaming more when you could do it with your buddies. You know, like taking a console around your mate's house and doing like winner stays on was much more fun than just doing jumping to collect coins and completing a level in Mario. I completed the very first Zelda, for example. I really enjoyed that, but there hasn't been many single-player games that I've ever really enjoyed very much. You know, I tend to think that they're all basically the same, but they're not. But they all feel the same to me. You know. We could actually get the R12 shotgun in here. We were extremely lucky. Alright, let's get this loaded. Quite cool. Well, as long as you're enjoying the game, that's the thing, what matters. Right, let's not bother with that. In fact, we could... we could maybe light that and just loot around in here with it just to warm up a bit. Thought the new shotgun was only police cars. No, they changed it, dude. They were going that way, and I think they realised it was making it too rare. So it spawns on Chernarus at tier 2 police stations and above. So basically not the ones that are in the spawn towns for the most part. Although Cherno police station is still tier 2, so you can find it at Cherno police station and you could spawn there. But like, it won't spawn in a police station in Electro or Berezino, for example. And that's proof that this is a tier 2 police spawn, because the rack 25 round mag only spawns in tier 2, and that's what that is. There's no plan for the stream falling, we're just on Chernarus, see how we go. That's about as much as I've planned. I wanted to put Link's Awakening on my CV. I probably don't need all these bottles. Maybe I should be dropping some. I don't know. Let's just drop one. I don't really need those, but I am getting cold. At some point I might catch a cold, and the tetracycline would be pretty useful. Am I doing a quest? Not right now. I wouldn't mind getting the new shotgun again, which is like, that would be cool. I would like to get the new shotty again for sure. But I've just started as a new spawn.
Oh, look at Broom.
I've not made
My
any
ex's
long-term
vehicle
plans.
of
We'll just
choice.
see how we go. Cheers, Aldred, dude. Blue Waffle, the police are on the lookout, are they? That's good to know. As long as that's the case, yeah. The thing I don't really get about the cheater yesterday, it's not so much that there are cheaters in games, because they're cheaters in all games, but it's this kind of, I'm going to do a magic trick thing, like that you're going to be impressed, you know, like what what kind of reaction does anyone think they're going to get for like running up to a legit player in the game and then cheating, you know, like, I'm going to do a magic trick. Like most magicians are utterly disappointing, but that's like another level. It's like they think they're going to impress you with their skills. I think secretly some people that are doing stuff like that, they actually think they're like out of some film where they're like a proper hacker that are like they're, I don't know, like the dude that's operating the many monitors in the Matrix, and he's doing all of the, he's like getting them an exit and stuff, and he's like Johnny on the spot saving people and stuff. He really knows what he's doing, you know. I feel like some people, when they go on the internet and buy a cheat to a game, somehow think that they're special, but they've just literally googled how to be a fuckboy in DayZ, or whatever they googled to find the cheats. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know where they think the showing off comes from. Quite pleased about the jam. That's really good. Right, where do I go now? No police station in Chennai Penala. There is one in Krasno. I might head over to Krasno because there is a... yeah, I'm going to go over towards the civilian barracks up this way for now. I bet they wear Casios. Casios are cool. There's nothing wrong with Casios. Yeah, like the dude in Swordfish. Yeah, the dude in Swordfish that's proving his worth hacking whilst being given oral pleasure. Oh, I'd forgotten about the film Swordfish. I quite like that film. It's Hugh Jackman and John Travolta, isn't it? Swordfish is pretty good. And it didn't it have the TVR in it that was really cool? I really liked that TVR back in the day. Halle Berry's in it, yeah. Let's try and get up towards the civilian barracks for now. This rain's hit. I'm going to turn the sound down a little touch so I don't go deaf. Jason, cheers for the 12-month inning. Thank you very, very much. Garfiller, thank you for the membership as well. Ruggles, cheers for the support. Baron, Inspector Colombo, and Infernos, thanks again. Hi Dale, you're right, man. Cheers, Becca.
$25 months. Good luck today, old man.
Swordbridge was great because you got to see younger Halle Berry topless. I don't know when I changed on this, but at some point in my life, I stopped giving a shit about stuff like that. Like, there was a time in my life where I would have been excited at something like that. I don't know. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think it's not necessarily so. But what I'm kind of getting at is that I haven't committed to memory that Halle Berry was topless in the film. I know, 2015. I thought I'd go back and try and find the tweet. It's actually quite hard to go back to. You can use a search thing, so I searched for TheRunningManZ in roughly the right 2-week period to try and find a tweet about it. But it actually only showed me people using my name. It showed me other people's tweets. It's a bit of a ball ache. LAR or VS89, they're kind of in different categories. If it's your only gun, then they're LAR, but if you've got something decent to go with it, like an assault rifle, the SB98. Well, I'll have you know, Ken, that as of yet, I've never required a blue pill. If you're having one gun, the LAR, but if you've got, like, an assault rifle pairs much better with an SB98. It's much more powerful. If you're needing it for long range and like absolute authority, then you want the SV. But if you want a gun to rule them all, then it has to be the LAR that you'd then change for a DMR. What's under the agenda for today? I thought we'd try Rust. What's to the right? Oh, is it to the right? Honestly, didn't think I'd gone that far yet. I've not really been paying attention, but yeah, you're right. It's right there. It'd be great if there was a convoy. There's no convoy. I actually thought that the rain would put the broom out, but it doesn't seem to. Yeah, well spotted, tall face. Rudlin knocked me unconscious and then speed hack away at a crazy speed, and then was silently killing zombies all around me. So when I realised that I was being trolled by the same dude still, I tried to log out and they killed me inside a building with no windows. Yeah, I feel it kind of almost demeans it to talk about it here, if I'm honest, Jimmy. A very, very sad thing. Oh, there was an FNX back there. But it's, yeah, there's like, I don't know, there's, it's a pretty serious thing. I just think it demeans it to kind of bring it up right now. You know, it's just happened. And it was on the way to Gatwick as well, so there was like 250 odd people on board, and about 50 or so of them were British, which is shit all round, you know, for everybody, not just the Brits. But you know, you just never know. You never know. There could be somebody that watches this stream that has a relative or something. You just don't know, do you? I feel like I'm not taking everything I should be here. I need a backpack. They're no good. They won't fit. They won't go on there. They'll replace them. Not that they would. They wouldn't seem to switch them over. I think we're going to have to drop the other bottle. I dropped the wrong one there. I actually dropped my fresh water. So you're pristine. Yeah, we'll just have one bottle. I haven't even got anything that I can make a cleaning kit with. Right, let me get those 2 shots for the shotgun and put them in the gun. Oh. How long the broom burns? It depends what condition it was when you picked it up, but if it's pristine, it feels like it's 15 or 20 minutes. If you light a badly damaged broom, it lasts next to no time, but if it's pristine when you light it, it takes quite a long time to get ruined. Serious question, is it ever worth it to pick up tracer rounds? Absolutely. Like, you can only afford not to pick up tracer rounds when you've got, like, crazy amounts of bullets, right? They still work just the same. They still get you the kills. The tracer rounds have a slight downside in that they can give away your location, but in most fights it makes no issue having tracers. They don't have any less damage. They do just the same job. So, yeah, pretty much you should always take them unless you've got, I don't know, an M4 with 360 round mags and hundreds of spare bullets, and then you can start dropping the tracers, you know. I've not really driven a car since the patch went stable MSR. They were really good on experimental. Cheers for the 25 months, Hunty. Very, very kind dude. Thank you, Jekyll. Thank you for the prime. Garfiller, thank you for the membership on YouTube. And Rudlin, thank you for the follow on YouTube. There's a survivor. Oh, it's only a survivor, but that's kind of something. What's your favourite game mechanic in DayZ that doesn't get used enough? Dying to me. What's your favourite game mechanic in DayZ? It's going to have to be the lights at night time, I'm afraid to say. I think far too many people are afraid of dying at night, to the point where if they stayed in, they probably wouldn't die at night because everyone else is fucking logged out, you know, like... I did kill somebody in the dark yesterday, but it's rare you meet anyone in the dark because everyone pussies out. I think everyone should just man up or lady up, strap their big boy or girl pants on, and go out and fucking play the game and stop being such a bunch of fucking wet lettuces. But I can't really see. Fuck me dead. So that's a good base, is that, isn't it? It's a good base, that. They've done a pretty good job with that one. They've put a lot of work in, haven't they? Oh, someone's already raided it though. Well, maybe it's not finished. I don't know. There's. Oh, well, that's a shame. Big J Bar, thank you for 23 months. Eaters, thank you very much. WF2Al, thank you too. Kiwi Collision, sorry. Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Is this official? It's very lightly modded or no modded, dude. I'm not really looking to really narrow down exactly what server on for kind of obvious reasons, you know. It don't really help me. Right, I need a backpack.
Are you streaming tomorrow as you are off next week?
I'm streaming tomorrow because I was off on Sunday, yes. I try and do 5 streams a week. I will be missing 4 streams next week. I intend to stream Sunday. The only thing that might affect that is my preparedness for flying out on Monday, because I'm not prepared in the slightest at the moment. I've booked the parking thing. Oh shit, I've got currency I was meant to pick up today. I'll have to pick... Oh shit. Yeah, I've ordered some currency that I can pick up today. I'll have to pick that up tomorrow. So I did just get shot at. So the obvious solution is to just keep looting. Felt like it was from behind. Ordered currency. Well, yeah, I'm going to Prague next week and they use Czech krona. Like, it's quite an obscure currency, so most places you go to, like a travel agent or a Tesco supermarket where you can buy currency, they're not so likely to have Czech crown or krona in stock because it's not such a common denomination, you know. They'll always have things like US dollars in stock or euros or whatever, but they won't necessarily have those, so you tend to order them first to make sure they're there when you go in. Not easier just to get it from an ATM when you're there. It's certainly not cheaper. You always pay a lot more if you just draw out local currency. So I tend to just get a bit of cash before I leave. And then I pay on card for a lot of things. Like you can just pay with your card, right? With your chip and pin. But it's nice to have a bit of cash, right? Like even if it's more for like tipping a server or whatever it might be, you know, it's nice to have a bit of cash. Zombie up by the red house looked kind of interesting. Oh fucking hell, Paul. Is it proper to tip over there in Europe and Czech? I think it's the same as anywhere else, really, other than America, where it's more discretionary rather than forced, you know. I think it's kind of usual to tip if you're getting reasonable service, but not an absolute expectation is kind of the way it is. How comes it's a lot more expensive? ATM fee or something? Wait, Voyager, if you always get charged, like when you transfer currency, like if you go to a local agent in the UK, they're competing with each other. If you go to Tesco's, they'll have an exchange rate, right? But if you draw out from an ATM machine, you'll get your bank's standard exchange rate, which is always worse because you're a captive audience to your bank. If you use your debit card to draw out currency, they can charge you the maximum rate because they're not competing against anyone. You needed the money and you had nowhere else to get it, right? Whereas if you go to a travel agent before you leave, it's the same if you go to the airport. Like, usually you can get currency at the airport, but there you've got no choice but to use them, so they don't give you the best exchange rate, right? If you go to somewhere local to you, then Tesco's has to compete with the travel agent, has to compete with M&S, has to compete with Sainsbury's or whoever at the post office. So you can tend to get a better exchange rate. So if you're going to change, I don't know, £200 into Prague money, you'll get more Corona for your money than if you did it over there. I kind of want the Glock on the roof. I'm wasting time here because I'm hoping the dude will push me or something. Hi, Henny. Yeah, the beer is not too expensive in Prague, that's true. What did he shoot me with? I have no idea. I think it was suppressed. I think it was suppressed, and I think it was from the trees, but I don't know where the dude's gone now. Probably just out the front waiting for me to leave. Oh, we didn't get the new shotgun. There was a backpack in the flag store. Alright, we'll have a look. Oh, there was this one. I did even see it as well, and I didn't try to take it. Someone's been here recently, look. I've got to clean my glasses. Bring silver to the coin stores if they ever have one. Better exchange rate. Many are doing it. I see. So I guess that might. The only problem is you've got to carry silver. You know, it depends how much cash you want, but. Like, how much is an ounce of silver worth now? You probably need to take, like... If you were going somewhere and you wanted... Let's say you wanted £400 worth of silver, you'd probably got to take, like, fucking 25 coins. That's quite a lot of weight. But I guess it's not a bad idea. You know, it seems a bit old school, that, doesn't it? Exchanging coins for... taking silver and exchanging it when you get there. As in selling it in a local coin dealer. Cheers for the 10-year partner... messages, by the way. I can see some of them coming through. Ever thought about having laser eye surgery? Yes, but my face doesn't look right when I don't wear my glasses anymore. I guess if you have the eye surgery, then you get used to your face without glasses again, don't you? But I kind of feel like glasses belong on my face now, you know. I think I look weird without them. Take my tooth out if I'm stranded abroad. Don't do it, you destroy your night vision. The thing is, if you wear glasses, then sometimes like driving at night's a bit awkward because of glare on the glasses and stuff, you know, like. Also, if you've got like any marks on your glasses, they show much more at night as well, and with dazzling headlights and stuff. So, I guess there are downsides to wearing glasses at night time whilst driving, for example. Anyway, but it's not something that's on my list of things to do because I've got to be honest. As many people as do it and it's safe for, I've only got one pair of eyes, and having anything elective on my eyes, even something like that, I don't know, like. I'll be the unlucky fucker that has a problem with it and it doesn't work properly and my eyes are not right, or I think taking a risk with my eyes is not something I'd see the point in doing. I'd rather just wear glasses. I ain't going to get another pair. Do people not stash away gold and silver? Some people do, some people don't. More people that stash away gold and silver are a little bit more on the the prepper end of things. Just a slight hint of prepper about it. You know, it's not a bad investment, but it's been a particularly good investment the last couple of years, but there are better investments than gold. But it's a really good way to have a hedge against, like, I don't know, like a meltdown of the system or whatever. Isn't gold silver called white gold? No. Silver is silver, gold is gold, and white gold is normally 18 karat gold with another metal in it, like rhodium. Not rhodium. What's the right one? I can't remember. But they put another metal in it to make it go white. So it's 18 karat gold, and so it's 75% pure gold and 25% other metals. Sometimes a little bit of palladium or a little bit of platinum in there to make it shiny white. Platinum coated. Well, yeah, cheap white gold is platinum coated. Good white gold is white all the way through. Like, if it's done right, I'm talking about watches here, obviously, but if it's done right, then it's white. Even if you scratch it, it's white underneath, rather than rhodium plated or whatever.
Gold and silver is just buying insurance on your liquidity.
Yeah, Dell.
Unlike every other form of insurance, if you don't use it, you can get your money back. It is not the stock market. Also, the metal you're looking for is gallium.
Gallium. Well, there we are. Regan, thank you very much. Damon, thank you as well. Del Tree in the YouTube chat. Sorry, not the YouTube chat. The Twitch chat is a. He's Scottish. Scotland's not Scottish's. Scotland's most famous coin trader is what I heard. He's also. Well, I might as well do a bit of reminiscing, Del. Del Tree in Twitch. I recruited. I think he's the only viewer I ever recruited this way. I met him in game in 2014. I think it was 2014. And I told him that I was doing YouTube and he should watch my videos, and we teamed up just randomly in the game. I think I had about 500 subscribers at the time on YouTube. So I told him I did YouTube, and we teamed up in the game. He's in one or two of the, certainly one of the really early videos at VMC, I vaguely remember. But I recruited Del as a viewer, and he's been viewing ever since. It seems like a good day to reminisce on my 10-year anniversary, but he's still here now watching on Twitch after I got him to start watching my YouTube channel by begging him whilst I met him in game. I wasn't streaming or anything. I've never really done it since. I only did it the once. Right, let's go this way. He wouldn't want me to sign his Steam page. He's not that sad. Right, let's go this way. I'm going to have a quick check at the castle. I've kind of gone a bit, like, blasé about the fact that I got shot at, which is probably not smart. Brutal, no, I really didn't do it all the time. Can't afford a wall clock. This conversation's far out of my league. Yeah, well, big things grow from acorns, right? Hi, Joe Smith. You right, dude? Hope you're good. Where are you going? I'm just going to the castle. Oh, shit.
Hello?
Hello. You're right. I put my gun away. Don't worry. Sorry, I wasn't expecting anyone. Holy shit.
Oh, cool, man. No worries.
Blimey. I got shot at in Krasnostav by somebody suppressed, so just be a bit careful. There was somebody around.
I'm on my way to the northeast airfield.
Alright, what are you looking for? Are you looking for gas zone stuff?
Yeah, pretty much.
I've got that if you want it. That's the only thing I've got, but if you need it, there's that there.
Oh, thank you, man.
It's alright, if you don't need it, just leave it. It's
do
all
you
good.
want something? Do you need something?
I'm just looking for like a sniper rifle or something, so I'm just going to go off and try and check for those. Well, I don't want your one. What are you going to shoot? Nah, I can't take that, dude. That's your long gun. What's that there? Oh, wow, that's cool. Nah, you keep the Mosin, dude. I can't. I'll feel bad taking it. It's all good.
That's
Good luck.
Long gun.
Good luck, dude. Love you, bye. He might have recognised my voice. He might have just been a really generous guy, but in my experience, people don't give you their Mosin if that's their long gun. So I think taking it would not be so good. I don't really want. Hey, you're a streamer. Take my gun. I don't want those guns, thanks. It was a trade. He didn't even pick up the hood. I don't think he needed the hood. There is part of me that wondered if maybe you might have tried to shoot me with the suppressed M16 as well, but I doubt it. QE, cheers for the follow on YouTube, dude. Regan, thank you for the bits. Demon, thank you as well. For the exchange charge, too. Thank you. What's the little green thing next to the chat box on mobile? Keeps giving me points when I hit it. I think it's just the channel points thing, Arena. The longer you watch, the more channel points you build up, I think. And it sort of ticks up and then you can kind of collect them or some shit. But channel points are just like a little bit of a way to make the Twitch chat have a bit more traction, but I don't really utilise them very well. Can I recommend something to watch on Netflix? I don't know. I don't even remember the last thing I watched on Netflix was the Fred and Rose West documentary thing. I haven't really watched much on Netflix for a while. Ozark. Watch Ozark if you've not seen it. There you go. Sergeant Fallen, I know some channels, I'll read it out, some channels use those points for cool things like changing the background lighting or putting on a song or changing the game. Every channel has a different ways to spend the points. Yeah, whereas I read all of those and they all make me want to be sick. Sorry. If I had a webcam, I think it is kind of cool if you can change like the lighting of the room or something. If the streamer has a camera, I think that's kind of cool, but I'm not personally keen on having anything in the gameplay change because of channel points or tips or anything like that, you know. I'm too much of a misery guts for shit like that, aren't I? Clearly. Oh, it's gassed there. That's not that common to see. Critte, no, nothing to do with money. I don't. I've never been one for having like if you tip this much, I'll I'll make my character dance or any of that stuff. I'm not judging streamers. Streamers got to stream, try to make a living, whatever, you know. But it's just never been my thing, you know. I don't do shit like that for money or for channel points. Either which way. I definitely did ignore it. I didn't read it. The 308's pretty useful. Because I found the box of 308, I've kind of changed tact a little bit. I'm going to come this way and see if we can find a Tundi or a Blaze, perhaps. There's whole stank rack streams that are unwatchable because chat kills his character with Bitbot for like 4 hours straight. Holy shit. There's something dead on the floor here.
Your stream more addictive than Coke.
And there's a dead player in front here. Jacko, dude, thank you very much for the support. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. It's a dead deer. Find a dead deer, cut it up all day long. What the hell killed this deer? Zombies can't catch deers. Don't understand. I'm not selling my used bathwater yet, but if ever anything goes completely tits up, I'll definitely give that a look. It is possible it bled out, actually. That is actually a thing, isn't it? So, I've never seen it myself, but apparently it happens. I believe it is in the game. So, if you shoot at a deer and you wound it, it can die later. So it is possible that you could shoot at a deer and it was injured but ran off and then died further away. I do believe that happens, but that might be me talking absolute bullshit. But I've always believed it happens, but I've never seen it.
Fair winds and few stanky zones to you.
Cheers, TJ Connor. Thank you very much, dude. Really, really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. I'd rather avoid the stanky zone. That's okay. Right, so I'm just going to come down this road a little bit because there is potentially a convoy down here. I think we would see it from here. I'm pretty sure I would already see it. But I'm just going to go a bit... In fact, I know I would already see it. Let's just carry on. I'm really pleased that things are running better today, PC-wise. It looks like I'm able to record for some reason, and I couldn't yesterday. I'm able to stream to both Twitch and YouTube with the best possible quality, which is great. And my game itself seems to be running much better as well. Ricky, well, I have made a few changes, so my frames were not limited at all, and sometimes if your frames aren't limited, it can affect things a touch. So I capped my frames at 120 yesterday. Maybe I should cap them at 145. Not that I get that high while I'm streaming so much, but yeah, I capped my frames, which has helped. But I also, in the task manager, I went into processes and I set the affinity for DayZ to high. So it gets more priority than any other task running for my CPU. So it seems to have helped. I don't know which one of those two is the thing that's helped, but it has. It's not a bad thing to do for anyone that plays games. Is like especially if you're streaming, setting the game priority to high might just help you get a little bit more out of the game. Definitely disable hibernation mode. Well, I think I've got my power mode set to performance, which does all that zoom sweep. So you should definitely have go into your power management on your PC and set it to max performance or whatever it's called, because that does stuff like that. It stops your PC trying to go into sleep mode, but it also prioritizes performance over power efficiency. Is the 5090 worth the 2K if you already have a 3070? The only reason to get a 5090 is if you're really wanting to stream, probably to more platforms than one, Crayola. For just playing a game, I really don't see there's much point in getting one. I think we ought to
Happy
put this here.
anniversary. Would you rather bionic arms or bionic legs?
I think bionic arms. Just imagine the wanking. Like, I guess if I had bionic legs, maybe I could win like the Olympics. Imagine seeing some rotund fella winning the 100 meters, like quicker than Usain Bolt, but they're like a 42-inch waist or something. That'd be fucking hilarious. But no, I think I'd have to go for arms. I could use them for DayZ, right? I could, bionic arms. Slight issue with cooking it here. I kind of hadn't really noticed that. Okay. That is a hunting house, wizard, yeah. Survivor, thank you very much for the 12 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Interesting question. Never had that one before. Yeah, I agree, Andreas. I think capping the frames has helped because of exactly what you say. Capping your frames can help with a ton of perceived smoothness so that your frame rate isn't jumping up and down quite as far. It's weird, but 100 of your FPS can feel low if you're jumping up and down from 140. Yeah. It makes it more sort of static. And sometimes if you're in a busy area in the game, looking one way can be 150 frames and looking the other can be 80. You know, it can be a bit like that. Would you go left arm, right leg, or opposite? No, I'd just go arms, dude. We're taking it too far with this like diagonal things. I'm not going to be like one of those little lizards that's got 2 feet on the sand and 2 feet in the air. There was a guy on my left, was there? I've just been reading the chat. I've not been looking at all. Yeah, I'm not looking at the screen really at all. I'm mostly just reading the chat because I'm in between places and we're just in like bush lines and stuff. But here's hoping that dude was doing the same thing, so hasn't seen me. I don't know what CPU you're referring to, but the only reason to get a 50 series card that I can think of right now is if you're a streamer. I don't know like what cards are better between AMD and Nvidia or whatnot, but if you're a streamer, and especially if you're a Twitch streamer, you really need an Nvidia graphics card, and the 50 series cards are the best ones for streaming. The 5090 is the best card available to stream with right now. But it fucking ought to be, shouldn't it? The AMD cards, like if you're just looking to play DayZ, if you're just playing the game, then I'm quite sure a lot of the AMD cards, like always, they offer very good performance at a more a better price. But like if you want to use this 1440p Twitch streaming thing, for example, which any affiliate or Twitch partner can apply for, you can only do that if you've got an Nvidia graphics card. You need to be able to stream with OBS and an Nvidia card. I believe. I could be wrong, but I don't believe that's the case. I think streaming in general is better with an Nvidia card because of the quality of the NVENC encoding that OBS has. they're kind of worked with NVIDIA to make streaming better quality. So if that dude saw me and was following me, we'll have some problems in a minute. Actually think I heard some shivering outside. Survivor, thank you very much for the 12 months once again. Survivor Dan's, cheers dude. Drunken Camper as well, thank you. Slider Mike, there should be a new video Saturday, but there won't be one the Saturday after, I doubt, because I'm not going to be here. I don't think I did hear shivering outside, I guess. Cheers, Botrops, dude. Banks, it's very easy to say that now, but like these things go in cycles, don't they? So the premise of it was that you're getting an AMD card and you don't think you'll ever go NVIDIA again, but in 2 generations time they might make something that absolutely shits all over everybody else, you know. That's just the way it is, you know. Like they always have cycles. AMD have cycles where they do good shit, and likewise then NVIDIA are seemingly going extraordinarily vertical on their pricing though, you know. Like the 5090 is their kind of like absolute premium top tier graphics card. If you go back to like when the 1080 Ti was the equivalent to that, the price comparison between those, that they've gone up so much in price, you know. Hopefully, Pink. So yeah, I won't be able to arrange it until I get back. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be anyone else for me to try and arrange one with. So we'd best get Redline's one done. JD Swearing, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube, and Spart on Yas, thank you for both of you following on YouTube, thank you. You got an ear infection, have you, Ryan? They can be fucking miserable, dude. You hear a door, did you? I didn't. Can you sign for United for 62 million? What's his wages? It seems like he's on incredible wages. I could be right. Like, it'd be interesting to know how much the wages are. I honestly don't know a great deal about him. I've not seen enough of them play last season to, but it's certainly quite exciting. Just gonna eat a couple more and then we'll get cracking. I've not seen anything about Black Frost RCJ, but The Long Dark is a great game if you want like single player survival. It's really epic. It's not for me really. I did stream it once, but I don't know. It's more of a storied, very very hard single player survival game, and it's just not really my thing. But I kind of respect it. It's very tough. A little bit too much for me, like a bit like, oh, I've got one Mosin bullet. Do I shoot it now and die, or do I save it and then die later when I shoot it? It's quite a hard balance to strike, really, between, like, compelling survival and a game where you're meant to be having fun, you know? Like, that line is different. The line is kind of blurred. Different people are going to feel different things about where that line should be drawn, you know? It'd be interesting, though, like a co-op version of The Long Dark, squabbling over who gets the Mosin round. PlayerUnknown's new, like, survival game beta is available to be tested now as well. I watched a little bit, so I could actually stream that, but I've got to be honest, I feel like it might be a bit early yet. It's very much like you spawn in a shed and then roam around until you die. It's like DayZ, but if you took the zombies out and the fear of PvP, and then just ran around in the woods. I think the thing that's really... it's more of a technology test, the PlayerUnknown game, but it's procedurally generated, so every time you log in, you're going to log into a cabin and have a similar start, but when you go outside, you're going to get different terrains, different environments, and different things all the time. But I watched a little bit of a dude... PlayerUnknown retweeted somebody that was making a stream on it, and I watched a little bit of the stream, and it basically seemed to be a lot of running between places, like running in the open in a forest, and there's nothing to do until you get to another like random cabin in the woods where you loot the cabin. So I think really it's probably a bit early to be streaming it right now. I could be wrong. I hope it's exciting though. Like obviously PlayerUnknown made PUBG and a lot of other things, was involved in H1Z1, made the original Arma 2 and Arma 3 Battle Royales. I'm going to say I saw something else on the floor. There's a Gorky Barsum on me! Wow. Das ist gut. Yeah, it's Prologue, I think. I think it's still called that. I don't know if it's got... So it might be called something else, like No Way Back, or I forget what it was called, but... Freaky, thank you very much for the 19 months, dude. Cheers for the priming. Oh, this is getting on my fucking nerves now. I don't know what I'm taking and what I'm not taking. Yeah, the full name of it is called Prologue Go Way Back. Yeah, that's it. Nearly made it to Tissy unofficial. Is the loot worth it? Should I prioritise tents over... I don't go to Tissy very often, dude, personally. I tend to not go to Tissy because it's an absolute fucking clusterfuck. But the loot in Tissy is good. You can get an AKM at Tissy Military Base, for example, and potentially even a drum mag too, you know. The loot there is good. But if you're on a server with players, the potential for getting killed is good. There's no better or worse place to be there, so you can do just as well at the tents or at the barracks. The tents seem to be a lot easier place to get killed at. There's a lot of zombies, you're very open, you very often die. Yeah, I don't find the tents a whole lot of fun. It's just takes a long time to loot them. The whole time you're looting those tents, you're absolutely open. I personally think if you're going to Tizzy tents, you really want to be in a group. If you're solo, you're just begging to be respawning. Does eating with gloves not make you sick? Nope. Right, that's all I can drink for now, really. I've eaten too much food to make space in my inventories. Right, let's go and check a few bits of hunting areas over here. We could do with a... We're not far away from being vaguely geared, you know. If I could change this BK-18 for a Blaze or a Tundra, we'll be doing alright. How much space does a full NBC take? Lots. Lots is the answer. Hey man, I have never played DayZ. Should I buy DayZ or I'm a Reforger? It depends on whether you want a milsim type game or whether you want a survival type game. If you want a survival game, then you should buy DayZ. If you want to play more of a military sort of game, then get Armour. Items inside here do get wet, yeah, but none of these things matter if they're wet or not. But yes, they do. Cheers, Dean, dude. Thank you. I think maybe we should drop the pistol or something. I could do with a bigger bag. A hunting bag would be good. Have I tried playing Armory Forger DayZ mod? Nope. Not yet. I think I probably will try it at some point, but I've been holding off for now. Like, they're constantly iterating it, and it's never really been my thing. That the modded versions of DayZ have never felt as survivally as DayZ. I know obviously originally it was a mod, you know, but as in... I've always been more of a standalone player that was designed that way with a proper loot economy and so on, you know. DayZ has its issues nonetheless, you know, like zombies and stuff like, but trying to mod armor to be DayZ is even harder than trying to make DayZ, it seems, you know.
Party hat, happy partner anniversary.
$25 slots. Ooh. Look at that. I was desperate for extra space, and now we've just... All of our space woes are behind me now because I've got one extra slot. I don't really have an opinion on DayZ console KMG because I've never played it, so if you mean do I have an opinion on how it runs, I've never tried it. I'm very glad that it exists though. I think opening up the game to more players is a good thing, and I was surprised when it first came to console. I was surprised at how it looked. I was expecting it to look worse than it did. I was expecting it to be worse, and I think they've done a decent job of porting it to console, and I think there are still things that could be improved with that, but I think it's very good that it's there. There isn't a better survival game on console, I don't believe. I don't believe there's a better survival game on PC either, but there we are. Open world survival anyway. Picked off the game, server shut down. Oh well, I'd say this is as good a time as any for me to go and top up my tea. Might as well. Maybe the gas zone made it bleed. Blimey, Rudlin, how far behind are you? Moose Beans, it can't have a proper loot economy though. Like the loot must just like pop in, right? It can't have like loot like in a room that you take and then something respawns. You know, normally maybe it does. I've not played it, but on the whole, normally it like you move into a town and then it just shits a load of loot into the town because you're there, kind of thing. You know? Right, I'll be back in a sec. Oh shit, tea went cold, so I'm going to go and fill my tea cup. Back. Get that back in. I'll probably get my headphones back on too. Very nice, Sloth Dad. Hello. Don't know how TRMZ is not sponsored by Yorkshire Gold. Yeah, I was just looking to see that. I don't think I'm big time enough for Yorkshire Gold, to be honest. They did send me 2 boxes of Yorkshire Gold, 2 boxes of like 100 odd tea bags ages ago, after something that was on Twitter. But I think they're sponsoring like major celebrities and stuff, not DayZ streamers, it seems. Bank, yeah, I get pretty high pretty high views on each stream. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about, really. You can see whether it's normal or not if you just go to my YouTube channel and click live. It'll show you the streams, and some of them get a bit more, some of them get a bit less. It depends how long the streams are, you know. Like, obviously, in terms of live views, every hour that I'm on generates extra views on the stream, and I was on for like 8 hours yesterday, whereas sometimes I might do 6 hours, you know, so it cuts the views a bit, you know. Binoculars. Fucking hell, I did a double take there at those 2 bits of grass. An idiot.
1 month more than your age, LOL.
I'm getting constant stutters on YouTube. I'm several minutes behind because of it. Yeah, I don't. That shouldn't be a thing, Ben. But obviously, just like speed it up, and then hopefully the stutters go away. If you're watching in 4K, then it is quite high bit rate, so your internet speed might not enjoy it very much. It depends on your internet. No hunting stuff. How are the pixels holding up on the new OLED? I've got to be honest, dude. I've not gone looking, which is probably wise. I've not seen any dead pixels, but dead pixels are harder to spot. I've not seen any, like you used to get on older technology. You get like a permanently on pixel that's white or something. I don't think I've got any of those. Like, I'd have spotted that probably playing at night time. So it seems pretty good, you know. There might be a dead pixel if it's such a thing, but I've not noticed one. I'm very pleased with the monitor. The picture quality is absolutely stunning. Like an OLED monitor is. I can't wait to get an OLED telly. I absolutely cannot wait. I'm being like incredibly patient for me. At the moment, it looks like the G5 LG is the most favoured one that I might get. 55 inches the size I'm going to get. And I kind of like the look of a G5. They're not cheap, but I'll have it for a long time. I hope. But Panasonic are also making another panel using the same LG screen, but with Panasonic electrics and much better sound quality without needing a soundbar, which I quite like the sound of. So I'm just going to wait until it's 97B. It's not out yet. It's meant to be out in the UK around September, so I'm watching on a tiny little 32-inch TV at the moment. I just don't really want to get a soundbar. It's just another layer of pain. I know a soundbar is going to be better, but I just don't want a soundbar. I don't want surround sound anymore. I've done that in the past. I don't really want to do it again. What exact monitor do I have? It's a PG27 UCDM. Which is, I think that's the right model number. It's the latest 27-inch 4K OLED, 240 Hz. Beast. Chiller, I don't think the deer died to the gas. No, I've never seen it, dude. And I think it was too far away, but no, I don't think they do die to the gas. I've never seen a dead animal inside a gas zone, only dead zombies. Why not a 32-inch for 4K? Because I'm not sitting further away from it, you know, like 27 inches the size that feels right. I feel like there's only a reason to go up in size if I'm going to move further away. Like, I'm still sitting, the PC is still, I'm still sitting at my desk and the monitor's still, like, within an arm's reach away from me. I just think 27 is the sweet spot for me. Going bigger means you need, yes, it might make the screen look a bit better, but going bigger has downsides. If you're used to playing a game like DayZ on a 27-inch monitor, your peripheral vision is what your peripheral vision is, right? The bigger the monitor, the harder it is to see a little man in the bottom right-hand corner or something, because you can't focus on as much of the screen at the same time, if that makes sense, you know? I think for most gaming things, 24 is the way to go, but with DayZ being a bit more cinematic and a bit more landscapey and a bit less like, say, I don't know, CSGO, you can make a case for 27, but I personally don't see a reason to go bigger than that. It has downsides. Like, if you've got a whacking great screen and you're sitting close to it, if you're trying to look at the right-hand corner, you can't focus on anywhere near as much of the environment. You're going to miss more things, you know, like...
Congrats, dude.
You have a hunch of good posture. You'd have a hunch if you were carrying around this massive penis every day, dude. I don't think I have a hunch, no. I think I'm alright. I don't have a massive penis. I don't have any worries on the carrying the penis front whatsoever. LG and Samsung make the panels. So Samsung make OLED monitors, OLED TVs, and like, for example, Sony use the Samsung OLED monitors. But Sony and Samsung and LG are the most common ones that make the screens. What's that down there? A yellow box or something. I'll just have a quick look. Well, the best LG monitor right now is called a G5, Banks. It's their kind of top spec one. Wow. I bet that dude's really glad that he saved the Enduro helmet for a rainy day. Gorf, I've never updated the specs on the Twitch About page, have I? Okay, I'll have to change that at some point. Am I enjoying this season of F1? I've not really been able to watch. I watched a couple of the early races. I've not been able to watch anything that's on a Sunday at 2 o'clock-ish in the UK. I'm always streaming, so I've missed them all, you know. I'd like to be able to watch the races, but Sunday is a stream day for me, so I haven't seen most of the races, unfortunately. It's quite good. The little bits I've seen, it's quite good that there's a couple of drivers in the title race at the moment. I'm kind of hoping Lando Norris wins it, but it certainly looks like Piastri is in the box seat to be winning the title this year. I'm going to have to drop that clock. You can't drop the Glock. Can't drop the Glock. How's the horse racing going? No idea. I actually do know. I do know that Aidan O'Brien's horse of some sort won the Derby, but I don't remember the name of it. And I did watch it on YouTube. I don't remember the name of it, and I don't know what the odds were or anything, because I'm about as interested in gambling as I am chopping my cock off. Who do I like to win the US Open? Scotty Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler will win it. I don't dislike him or anything, it's just a bit boring. It'd be nice if somebody that had never won a major won it. Ah, baby. Come to Papa. Yes. 2x scope is okay. Lamborn, yeah. With a massively out in front ride, like front runner. It'd be great if... I thought Rory couldn't use his old driver because it was illegal. I thought his driver was considered against the rules, where it had worn or something. But it would be great if Rory won it. That would be cool. But I suspect winning the Masters has kind of done him for the season, you know. It's like probably a bit of a mindfuck thing because he'd been so desperate to win the Masters for so long. What about an outsider? Here's one for you. What about Justin Rose? Justin Rose doing well would be cool. Obviously, he got to a playoff in the Masters, and Justin Rose is there's something about him in majors. Almost every season, he's already done it this year, but he nearly always seems to have a really high finish, and he performs way better in the majors. I'll go for Justin Rose as an outsider. Why not? Oh, is it already started? I didn't even know it had already started, to be honest. Of course, it's Thursday, isn't it? What's your favourite game of all time, excluding DayZ? Modern Warfare. The first Call of Duty Modern Warfare. COD 4. There isn't even any competition. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. The year it came out, I mean. Gringo Muerto, thank you very much for the gifted subscribings. Thank you very, very much, dude. Really appreciate it. Net, thank you for the 13 months. Bry, thank you for the 7. So we could get down to Crescino and then hope to find the new shotgun. I think that's the thing. Well, that's what we should do. I didn't like COD Ghosts. COD Ghosts is what made me try and find another game and led to me playing PC. I only ended up looking for another game like DayZ because I didn't like COD Ghosts. I really liked Modern Warfare 2 and 3, and Modern Warfare the most. But COD Ghosts was just not it for me. I thought Jimmy Connors was a tennis player. Bryson's going to clutch up round 3 and 4, just can't lose it early. I really wouldn't be going for Bryson DeChambeau. Bryson DeChambeau is... I'm saying this like I'm an expert. I don't watch loads of golf. I used to bet quite heavily on golf years ago, but with my limited knowledge of golf right now, which is still not bad, but I don't watch much, Bryson DeChambeau at the course they're holding the US Open would not be a good pick because he's normally relying on twatting it as hard as he can, and then it doesn't matter if he's in the rough because he's right next to the hole. You know, he's a bit wayward off the tee. He's so far, it doesn't matter he's in the rough, but that's not going to cut it at this course. If he gets in the rough a lot, he's going to struggle. For Arsenal signing, I don't know, somebody that wants a runners-up medal for the Premier League, probably. Someone that really likes silver medals. Sorry if you're a gooner, I can't help it, okay. DeChambeau is 4 over, is he? Fucking hell. Jimbo, I can hardly remember COD Ghosts now, but I think the maps were really big and open, and I think they tried to go for a different map design, and it kind of moved away from the sort of standard, I don't know, search and destroy 3 corridors approach that always worked so well. Like Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2 and 3, they still had good maps. They had maps that were interesting, and they worked for most of the game modes, but it felt like COD Ghosts didn't really work for a lot of the game modes so much. They were big, and they were more... Every map seemed more like a TDM map kind of thing. They weren't... I don't remember the maps being good at all. I walked to camp. Sorry if you're a gooner. I couldn't help it. It looks like Arsenal are going to be signing a striker, and genuinely, if they get a striker that actually scores, they could be properly dangerous for the title next year, you know. If you took Isak out of Newcastle and put him in Arsenal, you have to think Arsenal might have won the league last year, you know. I know they're not going to sign him, but if they can sign someone that scores goals close to that level, you know. I really loved the nukes and then the Moab in 2 and 3. I really loved those. Like doing 7, 11, 25 and doing like Harrier's chopper gunner, and it was really addictive. I used to love getting Moabs and using the gun perk where you ended up unlocking all of the perks on Modern Warfare 3, you know, like, so you'd get more perks and more perks the more kills you got, and then getting like 25 gun only kills. That was kind of cool. Still got a video somewhere of me getting a Moab on Modern Warfare 3. I don't remember where I uploaded it. It used to be on YouTube, I think. How have I still got that jacket on? Holy shit. Ringo, thanks again. Imperial Eagle, thank you for the membership. And Questy, thank you very much for the new sub. Cheers, dude. Thank you. Isak ain't going anywhere. I'm not saying he is. But we all think that, and it doesn't always work out that way, dude. I'm sorry to tell you. If the right club came in, let's just say, I don't know, Real Madrid woke up tomorrow and decided they wanted Isak, he'd go, and you know he'd go. Just the same as most of Liverpool players. Like, there's been talk of Alexis McAllister going to Real Madrid. I think Alexis McAllister has been Liverpool's most important player through most of the time since he signed. I really, really rate him. I'd be absolutely fucking gutted if Alexis McAllister left, but the reality is, he's Argentinian, he's South American, and most of the time the South American players have much more of an affinity to Madrid and Barcelona than any other team. And so if they're in for him, they nearly always go. Same with Luis Diaz, you know, like... he seems to be actually agitating mildly for a move to Barcelona. And he's just won the Premier League, and he's been really important. But Luis Diaz, he's on a really good wage, but he's on a really low wage for a Premier League footballer. I think he's on, like... I know this is crazy money, but he's on something like 80 grand a year, I think. Sorry, a year. 80 grand a week a year. Which is obviously a lot of money, but for the level of player he is, he could be earning way more than that. It's not... He's getting a wage way below his quality. Of course, it's the Latin connection, yeah, but I know that might not be the same with Isak, but the reality is the biggest European clubs can take your players, even if you're Liverpool. Even United lost Ronaldo to Real Madrid, you know, like... Ronaldo loves United, but he still was off to Madrid in a heartbeat, wasn't he? You know, that's just the way it is. If the right team comes in for Isak that can afford him, he still goes. It probably won't happen, but no player is 100% safe. I don't think he'll be going to Arsenal or Liverpool. I don't think that's so likely. Liverpool do seem to be being a bit spendy, but I don't think they're going to be quite that spendy. Sakhal is a lot more fun when you start with an R12 shotty, I bet it is. Right, let's just get down. God, it feels so much better today. I actually feel like I'm controlling my character and I'm not like stuck in the mud the whole time. Goalkeepers, I want me! If Newcastle didn't have Champions League, I reckon he'd go to Liverpool. Now they have Champions League, I think he's going nowhere. I think that's probably a fair assessment. Now, I don't think Liverpool are going to have the money to buy Wirtz and Isak anyway. But I should think Isak is happy at Newcastle, and I should think he's not likely to want to move. And I don't think Liverpool are going to put a bid in or anything. But if you're like, he's 25, 26, isn't he? Something like that. He's not young. He might want to win something, you know. Like, and I know I'm not being harsh. Newcastle literally did just win the League Cup, and that was great. And even though they beat Liverpool, it was still a great thing. But it's a fact that next season he's more likely to win the league if he plays for Liverpool than if he plays for Newcastle, you know. It's just a fact. It's not a harsh thing to say. That it's true. Now, I don't think that would be enough to make him leave, but you just never know. You never know. It's not going to happen, but I think fans of each team are probably, one might talk it up that he might move to Liverpool, and Newcastle fans will absolutely talk it down because they don't believe it's possible, but anything's possible. They were talking on the radio last night after the stream. I played a few games of pool, and they were interviewing the agent that represented Sol Campbell, who left Tottenham on a free and signed for Arsenal on a free transfer. You know, one of the most contentious things that's ever happened. You know, there's no accounting for what might happen, and what the thing you think would never ever happen, as in your star centre back joining your absolute rivals on a free transfer. You know, like, you never know what might happen. That's the point. No one knows for sure. DeGargos, yeah, I actually got it right. Cheers for the gifted membership. Mum and Riders, cheers for the 2 months as well. Pristine. Oh, we'll keep this. How is that already damaged? What a bag of shit. I don't know anything about the strikers that clubs are being linked to, like Sesko or Giacourt, however you say it, that guy. Players are in it for the money. A lot of our fans kid themselves that players are in love with Newcastle as we are. I think that's true. I don't think it's just about money, though. Like, I don't think, for example, Harry Kane went to Bayern Munich for money. I think he went to Bayern Munich because he wanted to win something in his career, you know, like, I think he stayed longer than he should have done at Tottenham. I think sometimes players, I think Luis Diaz is probably annoyed at Liverpool that they haven't renewed his contract already. But I think he wants to go to Barcelona because it's a dream of his to play for Barcelona. I don't think it's just about money. Arjukes, I don't know if he was fluent. From what I understand, I haven't seen the press conference, but Trent gave a press conference where he spoke in Spanish. But from what I understand, it was like he'd learnt a particular sentence or paragraph to say, you know, like I don't think he was like then answering back and being fluent. He'd kind of probably memorized what he needed to say, you know, like I don't think he's like fluent in Spanish just yet. I don't really care. I don't really care. Like, if he was learning Spanish and he wants to go to Madrid, then I don't think it matters. Like, people leave to go and get better themselves, or to go and if like, I don't know, if you're in a job and another company offers you more money at a better company with better prospects, people take it. Footballers are no different. The angry Liverpool supporters are so cringe. Well, it's not. Every team has fans that get like that, Psychedelic. It's not just Liverpool, but it's true. It is cringe, but it's not just like it's specific to Liverpool. Every team has the exact same thing. Like, they're always the most vocal on Twitter as well, aren't they? Or the most vocal on wherever. Strictly speaking, this Scorpion is better than the Rack, but I don't want the Scorpion. Right, what do we need to go and look for now? I don't know. I think I might just go to the airfield and check the boxes. There is actually a convoy spawn behind the town here, which I've not checked. We should check that. Yeah, if an agent... I actually think because he's on such a low wage, unlike... like, if Liverpool kept Diaz for 2 years and then he left on a free, it actually, like, for the wage that he's receiving, like, if they have to replace Diaz, they're going to have to pay someone, like, way more money. Like, they'd almost save the transfer fee on another player because of the wages they're paying Diaz right now, you know? Like, it wouldn't be the end of the world if they just kept him and he played for 2 seasons. Ooh, Tundra. What do we think? I have got the bottle. I don't have duct tape, but... I'm going to do something really dumb. I'm going to go Blaze secondary and Tundra primary for a while. Why is the Scorpion tier 3 if there's a Bison? I think it's tier 2 as well, isn't it? I think just to make space for the rack, dude. I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't think it really matters too much. I don't think the Scorpion is a gun that was used very much in the last patch, the same as it isn't now, you know, like... I can't really remember what the Blaze sounds like, to be honest. What's the population of the server? Well, it was full when I had to join it. I had to queue to get in it. Oh, convoy. Oh, fuck, there's already one in here. I don't know. I don't know about no one needs more than 2 shots in a hectic close quarters fight. I definitely kill a single player sometimes with like 6 or 7 SKS rounds for sure. No one that's incredibly accurate needs more than 2 shots. Ooh. There's a dude. There's 2 dudes. What? Those zombies just fucked that dude up. I don't know if the other dude died or if he just went on con, I don't know. I did hit the guy with the ghillie, but the zombies knocked him on con, not me. player going back, or was that a zombie? Oh, fuck off with your bleeds, you fucker. That's just what we need. Fucking chain of zombies chasing a pig, that'll help me. Right, where did the other... I killed the other dude. He came over here. He kind of jumped the fence. I don't know where he went. He was over this way somewhere. That's a zombie. And I definitely knocked that dude. I think he died, but I'm not sure exactly where he is. I'm going to have to just back off and try and find... Oh, is that in there? I think that's in there. Yeah. He's got some good shit. I think I hit him in the head by the look of it. Look at that. It looks like his helmet is gone. Yeah, it was a... Fucking hell, that's a nice shot. More luck than judgment, but anyway, it was nice.
Anniversaries on top of anniversaries on top of anniversaries. It's an anniversary gangbang of sorts.
Where's my cleaning kit? These zombies are starting to come back. Guys, I'll catch the alerts in a second. Thank you very, very much. Oh my god. This is too much loot for my brain to handle. Where's the cooking pot? Right, nothing in the cooking pot that we need. He's so far away he can't see the truck. This convoy is not rendering in for that dude like I had before.
10 years. Sofa King
I don't suppose the dude had
Here's
a...
to many more.
Oh, fuck, this is annoying. I don't suppose anybody had a scope, did they? He's somewhere behind the town. I've got to just get into the town somewhere. I've not got a scope long enough to aim at the dude that's shooting at me from the other side there. That is a cheater. He's just fired at me and I'm inside a house. That's a cheat. It's got to be a cheater. How the fuck is there a bullet landing there? What do you guys think? Like, chances yes or no? Who says no, that's not a cheater? There's no way he could see me through a closed door. I think that's a cheat. And the reason I'm
TRMZ
asking that is
Worthy
because
Man's
I'm on
Hope
official.
You're
I
Well
can just
Paul
switch
Hack
to
10
another server. There's absolutely no point staying. I would never combat log, even on an official server, but where I'm clearly being shot at in a building, you know. Right, let me catch up with you later. So what I'm going to do is change to a server, I think, and then we'll just start somewhere else and start from scratch. We didn't get all of the gear off the dead guys, but we got some, you know. Right, let me catch up with the alerts that I've missed. Max Rayman, thank you very much for the anniversaries of anniversaries. The top of anniversaries, dude. Thank you. Hazza, thank you for the Prime K-Mills, thank you. Bambino, cheers for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Madge, thank you very much as well. Bobby Jean, thank you very much for the gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. My G, thank you as well. Cheers for the support. Thank you very much. Cheers, Bobby Jean, for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you very, very much indeed. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think the dude just knew where I was no matter what. He wasn't shooting from that far away, but it felt like he could see me even though I was behind the truck. So I just presumed he was so far away the truck wasn't rendering in. But when it happened in a house, that, like, let's just presume that there's innocence until, then that kind of went. The dude's definitely fucking using ESP. I missed the first shot because he's got ESP and nothing else by the look of it, Renexian. So having ESP doesn't mean you've got aimbot, and there are different hacks. I actually was listening to a podcast this morning that Eugen Harten, who used to be the lead developer of DayZ, it was around the subject of cheating and what the devs do to try and combat cheating, because it was just following on from something I've been talking about on Twitter, and we were talking about it yesterday on the stream. And I was listening to Eugen talking about how it used to be back in the day, so this would have been 2017-18 maybe, but they actually had 5 developers at DayZ whose only job was to try and close down cheats. They had 5 people that worked on it and 1 that worked on it at Battleline. But the reality is then they also had somebody on this podcast that was selling cheats. And they were selling cheats that, this was years ago by the way, but it's still the same now. That you had to pay $29.99 to get the cheats, and you only got them for a week, and then you had to resubscribe to get them again. So some people that are getting these cheats must be paying like a weekly subscription. But anyway, the long and the short of it is you get the cheats you pay for, so you might buy ESP only. So he could see where I was, even in the house. Right, anyway, enough of that. Let me just try and find another server to get into. I don't think it's necessarily more than ESP Voyager. If he could see where I was, but then he was having to shoot using, like, actual aim, that's why he would miss. If he had anything like aimbot, I'd be dead. Aimbot would kill me inside the house, I think. Right, right, what map do we do? I mean, we could do... Oh, fuck it. I think we're going to end up on Sakhal, but geared. ESP, extrasensory perception. So It's knowing where you are, even when you're behind cover or inside a house. You know, like that shot was like the door was closed, and that shot landed as if the dude. It was actually on me, right? It was as if the door. So ESP, he would still see me even if I'm in a house. Like even if I'm behind a wall or over a hill, he'd still see where I am. Liquid, can we get some Livonia love? Looks like we're on Sakhal, dude. There is one Livonia server, but I know you like it, Liquid, but I find it immensely dull most of the time. I did have a Livonia run last week. In fact, we had 2 days doing Livonia the week or so before, last week or the week before, but it was just a bit slow going, you know. What loot route do you usually take when you spawn in Berezino? I normally just do the police station and drink at the well, then go up to Kelm. Sometimes, there's a couple of hunting spawns on the way from Berezino to Kelm. Go to Kelm, then go to the summer camp behind Kelm. And then from there, I normally go to the castle, and then sometimes I go to the tents, and then I do the hunting stands. But normally I just... Berezino is a really good loot route to get hunting loot. Right. Okay, so we're on Sakhal. Sakhal with too many guns. It's a nice problem to have. Yeah, I don't know. Livonia is more fun when you're not geared. There's not much point in having... Oh, we could use that AKM, actually. I might load up the AKM and then just hide it somewhere. That's some interesting, predictive text there. In-game name to Ingate Stone. Yes, Stan, I definitely did. Yeah, for excuse me, for Muller, Livonia is his Chernarus none of. Like he started playing on Livonia, so he doesn't know Chernarus anywhere near as well as he knows Livonia in terms of like knowing the map. He doesn't actually like Chernarus very much, I don't think. I think he much prefers Livonia. And obviously he's wrong. You can't be wrong on a personal opinion, but you know what I mean. Why won't you stream on Kick? You would make so much money from streaming on Kick than YouTube. I don't think that's true, dude. I think that's horseshit. I think that's horseshit. The only people that make really good money streaming on Kick are the ones that got paid to go to Kick. Like, I don't think that's true. I also used to be an addicted gambler, so I have a little issue with... a little slight more of an issue. Like there's gambling adverts on YouTube and Twitch, but Kick is specifically funded by gambling. That 95% revenue split that you get is specifically funded by gamblers losing money on stake. It wouldn't really be for me. But no, I actually don't think it's true. Just to talk sensibly about the topic. Go to Kick right now. Go to DayZ. How many people in total are watching on Kick? Edgeson, no, don't. You can't tell me. You can't say you will make more money. Trust me. You know, like that. I know more about streaming than you do. Believe it or not. I think it's a fair assessment that me, having been a full-time streamer for 9 years, understands the streaming space a little more than a random person from the chat probably does. I definitely won't make more money streaming on Kick. There's 60 people watching DayZ on Kick in total, and that's my point. Like, what audience am I growing if I go there, right? I can take my audience there, but why? Like, I'm going to fragment the audience I've got from Twitch and YouTube and take them to Kick, where I'm relying on the audience tipping me, whereas on YouTube I don't need to rely on the audience tipping me. I make money from the adverts. YouTube is actually quite an efficient website, you know. Like, I could do it without needing to be tipped necessarily, you know. A tip, it should be a benefit, not your entire model for basing your career on, you know. I wouldn't go with you to Kick. I wouldn't necessarily blame you either, but the only people that make money going to Kick are people that are getting contracts
But
to
if
go to
Googling
Kick. And
is
good luck
set
to
up,
them, you know,
you
fair
trust
play.
their
If you get offered a
financial
contract,
advice now.
great. But all I would be doing is taking my audience to Kick. But why would they go? It doesn't offer any better quality on Kick. The video quality isn't better than Twitch. It's certainly not better than YouTube. So why would my audience that I already have go there? And there's no audience there for me to get, because nobody watches DayZ on Kick. Like, there would literally be, all I'd do would, I'd start streaming on Kick, and everyone that watches on YouTube or Twitch would just carry on watching on YouTube or Twitch. Yeah, sorry, Grover, I did see that. I was going to try and catch that, but yeah. Your opinion is fine, but we as long as I've written the channel, we don't use certain terms to describe things, and that's one of them, you know. It's no big deal. But I've always kind of tried to avoid a few different descriptive terms, you know. It's no big deal. I think it's good that there's more competition in the streaming space. Twitch needs competition. Twitch has competition and they're still not quite making progress, but I don't think Kick is the place for me. Morally or financially, it's not the place for me. I can't wait to make this fire. Like, where I've switched from rain, I'm wet, I've got to make a fire quickly. Alright, let's just have a look. You probably know more than I, but you have a bigger audience than those people streaming on Kick, and you already have a massive fame, so you don't lose anything. I do lose something, Edgelin. I do lose something. I lose credibility in myself. I value my own brand. Like, I've been doing this for nearly 11 years, and I'm still a full-time creator, and my brand matters. Like, I don't treat myself, I'm not sort of making myself out like I'm, my reputation is a better way of putting it. It matters, right? Like, doing the right things matters. Did that fire actually light? The fire lit? I think it's lit, but I can't really see any flames. What's going on here? I don't understand. There's, like, the only benefit on Kick is that they have a 70, instead of a 70% revenue share, they have a 95% revenue share. So if somebody subscribes on Kick, I would get a little bit more profit per subscription than I do on YouTube. Is this lit this time? I don't know what I did there, but I think maybe the fire went out before I got the sticks on it or something, but we should be alright now. But there's a lot more value to being a creator than just maximising the most profit you can make in any one moment. For example, I got an agent contact me yesterday to see if I would like to do Scum, which is a perfectly brilliant survival game. It relates to what I do. But I don't want to do it because I don't enjoy the stream very much. And enjoying the stream and having a stream that I want to do for my audience is more important than the extra money. Kick said they aren't doing contracts anymore. Yeah, I'm not surprised. And I think that's true. A lot of my audience are on YouTube and Twitch because they're on YouTube and Twitch, right?
Love watching DayZ.
If on Kick right now in DayZ there was 5,000 people watching streams, there'd be a good reason for me to go there. Because I could go to there, and I've got a name that's known in DayZ, and let's be honest, I could probably start pinching viewers from the other streamers that are streaming on Kick, and I could grow a fan base, and I could grow more audience, and that would be a good thing. But there is no benefit for me taking some people from YouTube or Twitch and putting them on Kick. I'd get less ad revenue, and I'd get slightly higher sub revenue if they actually wanted to have an account on Kick. I just don't see, there is no benefit for me whatsoever. But yeah, Scum is a really good game. It's not my game, and it's only an agent. It's not like I had a concrete offer sort of saying, oh, we'd love you to do this. Don't get me wrong, I didn't. But I've done them in the past, and I'm pretty sure if I'd quoted a figure, I could have gone and done Scum. And trust me when I say this, when I do a sponsored stream, that's the highest hourly rate I ever get. If I do a sponsored stream, the hourly rate is high. It's only for a couple of hours, but it's crazy good money, right? Sponsored streams pay really, really well. But I just don't want to do it. You know, I might play Scum again. I'm not saying I don't dislike the game so much I won't take money to play it. That's not even the thing. I don't want to put myself into the game, and I don't know what I'm doing, and because I don't know what I'm doing, I actually hate every minute of the stream. I actually kind of liked the game when I last played it, but I just feel utterly frustrated at myself that I don't know what I'm doing, and so I'm not even going to do it. I don't want to do it. I might change my mind and do it again in 6 months or something, but right now I just don't want to. $737, yeah. To be honest, I don't think the moral argument against Kick while streamers are streaming on Twitch is a bit silly. Jack, I don't think there's a great deal of difference in morals between YouTube and Twitch. I don't understand what your point is there. There is no difference. Like Google and YouTube don't have better morals than Amazon and Twitch. That's just not true.
10 years.
If you go onto YouTube and you type in,
my wife 10 years
I don't know, licking ASMR or something, all the same stuff that's on Twitch is on YouTube, dude. It's all on there. You could go and probably find instructions on how to fucking make a bomb or something if you look hard enough, you know. YouTube has its issues the same as Twitch does, so pretending there's some kind of moralistic problem with Twitch but not YouTube, it's the internet. Everywhere on the internet has got dark corners, even websites like YouTube and Twitch. But there is no moral, there's no moral high ground on any of these streaming services. However, I am a former addicted gambler, and I don't feel that going to Kick and taking a slightly higher revenue share, which is specifically paid for by gamblers, feels like the right thing for me to do, because I am very much against trying to addict gamblers. Edgezen, I'm sure you'd probably working for Kick or something, but I would literally rather fucking, I don't know, smash my genitals between two great big boulders than stream on Kick. But yeah, there's no like, oh, YouTube is a really serene place where everything is perfect, and Twitch is this terrible monster that has booby streamers. There's boobs on YouTube too. There's just as much stuff on YouTube that's just the same kind of stuff. It's on YouTube the same as it's on Twitch. What was this? Beef. Okay, that's good. Can I only get one plus symbol? I'm wet. I've not actually dried by this fire. That sucks. Do I ever get bored of DayZ? Not really, dude. No, I have good and bad days. I've had some bad streams this week. Yesterday's stream was terrible. In terms of the game, actually, weirdly, I still enjoyed the day though, you know. But I don't really get bored of DayZ. No, I've just got 2 kills at a convoy there. That was really cool, you know. It was a good moment, but I still get a buzz from moments like that. It hasn't got boring for me, and that's probably because, in a way, I'm not so good as to not be surprised when it works out. If that makes sense, you know, like. Sometimes when I try to kill 2 players at a convoy, they spin around and kill me, you know, like I'm not Shroud or something. I think I still get a buzz from winning encounters because I don't win all of the encounters, I suppose, you know. Jacka, well, I think there is a slight difference in that, like, specifically the massively inflated and loss-leading revenue share that you can get on Kick is absolutely paid for by gambling. That's like, YouTube are not some like whiter than white company, and neither are Twitch, but all of their revenue isn't really generated by gambling, you know. That's a difference. Like, the inception of the website Kick was specifically to showcase slot streams to sell more people on unregulated offshore gambling. So there is a difference to me, and it's completely valid to me, because the site only exists to peddle gambling to gullible people. That's why it was created. Like YouTube was created as a means to make content available, you know. Alright, it makes lots of money and it's owned by Google, but at least it's like Twitch was created via Justin TV with honourable reasons, you know. Like, of course it's owned by Amazon, but Kick was specifically created to peddle people towards gambling. That is very different.
Good afternoon.
And your argument about how there's bad content on each one is not what my issue is. Like, literally the site only exists to create a shop window for shitty gambling. Dr. Badley, thank you for the 38 months. And they only got created because Twitch banned those kind of gambling streams, right? So they created Kick to showcase it. JR, dude, thank you very, very much for the gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, dude. JR, thank you very much. I actually do think that slot gambling streams and stuff like that shouldn't really be allowed. I think it is wrong. That route to take a fictitious streamer, like you're a Minecraft streamer. JR, thank you again for gifting Neil the sub. Bad leg, thank you. JR, thank you very, very, very much. You're a Minecraft streamer who's streamed for 10 years. And I'm not thinking of anyone in particular here. I'm trying to make something up, so I'm not thinking of anyone. But you've streamed for 10 years, and you've got a lot of kids that have watched you. And now some of those kids that were 13 when they found your channel are now 22, 23, 19, whatever age they might be. And then you take your audience of 20 or 30,000 people and you show them gambling, and you make it look exciting, and you're gambling with money that's not your own, and you're making it like, oh fucking hell, I've won $20,000. I've sat here for 7 hours and I've lost $50,000, but don't worry, it's not my money, you know. It's wrong. That is wrong. It shouldn't be allowed. That route from somebody that's watching you because you've streamed a game for 10 years and now they're being converted into fucking online gamblers is just wrong. It shouldn't be allowed, and I wish it wasn't. I really do. everyone should be allowed to gamble. I'm not trying to ban gambling or anything, but growing an audience playing a game and then converting that audience into addicted gamblers is just wrong. Brakosk, thank you very much for the prime. Why don't you play as much with Sarah and Muller anymore? I just can't stand them. They're getting too popular, Slugger. I don't... Sauer hasn't streamed hardly at all this year, dude. So it's been... I did play with Muller a few months back. But Salah... Salah? I think he's now Salah. Sauer has barely streamed this year. And he, like last August, he took quite a... Well, more than August, but he took a few months off last year. So Sauer's got things going on in his real life and he's not streamed so much. But we'll definitely be playing together again at some point soon. For sure. I've not seen it, Blater. Right, let's go. That'll do. I don't think I've dried out properly even now, have I? Still got stuff that's wet. I did get 2+ symbols eventually, though. That's something that you don't normally have to deal with, but I was wet from the rain on Chernarus, which is taking ages to dry out on Sakhal. Right, where are we here? I don't really know where we are. What I'm intending to do is just try and go off somewhere to try and find an 8x scope for the Tundra. Jack, I have gambling ads on YouTube. Someone's just told me that they've seen a gambling ad on YouTube. So you get gambling ads on YouTube the same as you do Twitch. But there is a big difference between an advert for gambling and a streamer streaming gambling and pretending to win and lose money when they're not even playing with their own money, or making it appear that way, or even being honest about it but still doing it. There's a big difference. People are going to see adverts in all walks of life, but Kick, the website Kick, is an advert. That's a difference. There are adverts everywhere you go, right? That's life. But Kick is the advert. That's the point. It's different. There's no denying there is a point of difference. Kick itself is the advert. Right. Let's head over towards the millie base. There's a military base up this way. I don't think I'm going to loot it, although I could probably do with some slightly different clothes. Maybe a plate carrier if there is one, but we can have a quick look, see if there's any dudes, and then overwatch briefly, and then head over the other side of it, and we're kind of in the area where you can get scopes for guns. Cheers, Imperial Eagle. Take it easy, dude. Have a good one. I do want to find somewhere to stash the AK as well. I don't know, maybe I should possibly keep the... I might stash the SKS, I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, there's no point carrying 4 guns. And I might stash the SKS and the AK, because they use the same round, and just use the 5.45 and hope to find some more. A player. Oh, he stopped! He fucking stopped! Did you see that? That is insane. Oh my god! Wow! That's a fucking crazily good shot. I love it when a plan comes together. Holy fuck, that was a good shot. The first shot, I think, was going to hit. And the dude literally stopped. You couldn't make that up. I think he stopped to look at a zombie that was dead on the floor or something. But it was timed really well, and he just fucking stopped. Right, I didn't want that to be the gun I used there, really. Let's make a move before we aggro more Zeds, and I'll come round again in a second. Right, I'm not actually recording, so I need to turn my recording on. Bear with me. Saving instant replay. So I've got Shadow Play off. That was a beautiful shot. Holy shit. Yet more proof that if you throw enough shit, sooner or later some sticks. I know he's on the edge of the tree line, but I'll probably see him from here. But I don't know how easy it's going to be to spot this dude. That him? I think that's him there, isn't it? Just by the fence. He could have a buddy. We need to be a bit careful in case he's got a mate. Yeah, that looks like it's him. I think he was running for the gap. It looked like he was closer to the tree from the angle I was at, but we don't want to waste too much time here because the dude could actually run back. It's not that easy to do, but it is possible. What was he doing? He was running this way like there was a gap there. There isn't even a gap.
Good morning or afternoon. How are you doing? Sorry, I'm late. What have I missed?
Was the fire already there? No, it wasn't already there. Need a gap in the fence. Badly damaged tundra. No way is he, no way is he left there. It's a leg break. I don't want to shoot. The fuck are you doing? Right. Fuck. Oh god, this vest is doing me some solid stuff here. Fuck me. That zombie just completely fucked me there. Again. The dude's got a broken leg and a really big gun as well. I'm lucky he's hit me in the arm. It might not be so big, but it sounds juicy. I'm not exactly sure where the fucker is.
Since when it's our 10-year anniversary? We still have 8 months to go, lol TRMZ potato.
So the dude's got a broken leg. I don't think he's fixed the leg. Shot a grenade. I think he's in the green shed, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty certain his leg is broken. Maybe I'm wrong on the leg break. I'm going to be getting cold in a second. Oh, I fucking don't see him. I don't see him at all. Oh, good shot. Fuck. Fair play to that dude. I I don't really want to start as a fresh spawn on Sakhal. I never hid the guns. Really exciting gunfight, though, nonetheless. It's a bit of a shit. Do you know what? I think I might change maps. Not going to bother running back. Fuck it. I think I'm going to change maps. I don't think he was in the L shape, was he? It sounded like it was in the trees. It's so hard to tell with the gunshots now, though, but fair play to that dude. He played it really well if he had a broken leg. Yeah, GG. Didn't take too much to kill me with that because... what am I doing? Yeah, there we go. Didn't take much to kill me because I was yellow, but he played it really, really well, especially if he had a broken leg, you know. Fair play to him. Yeah, I don't really want to start as a new spawn on... I think I'm actually going to do Livonia, so we're doing all the maps today, I think, but I don't want to start as a new spawn on Sakhal. I've done loads of that in the last week. I didn't stash a gun, so I'm just going to start on another map and go again. How is he switching maps with the same gear? You can do that on official servers, Rocks. He could have been in the shed. He might have been in the shed the whole time. Where was he, Circlo? You can see the muzzle flash, can you? He was in the shed with windows, laying down with the door open. See, I wasn't sure where I was shooting him the whole time. Like, I put some suppressive fire down, but I wasn't sure if he was in the shed or the green. I just couldn't tell. That was really good though. Like we got a couple of kills by the convoy in on Chernarus, and all right, I died there. So it was a 1 versus 2, and then a second 1 versus 2. So I killed 3 and died to the 4th. But that dude played it really well. You know, fair play to that guy. It's so hard though. It sounded to me like that shot was miles away. So if it was in that shed, at least we heard the shot. But it sounded really distant, and I think that's going to take a bit of getting used to. I say that in Saturday's video, but when you shoot, like when you shoot a Tundra, it sounds like the loudest gun ever. It sounds like you're literally the god of thunder or something. But when you get shot at, it sounds quiet. Cyprego, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Liquid, thank you as well. Cheers for the bits. Thank you. Thank you. Vice, thanks very much as well. 112 months. We ain't fucking around there, Vice, dude. Thank you. So I'm basically doing all of the maps today, it seems. I think I am going to... God, this seems nice and smooth. I think I'm going to suicide for my right dude, and then we'll just carry on. I have to say, though, all things considered, we've been on for less than 3 hours. And that's quite a lot of things to happen, like, really. Like, got fully geared on Chernarus, got a 2-man squad wipe, got shot at by a probable cheater, so switched to Sakhal. Made a fucking worldie of a shot and then got killed by someone that played it really, really well, you know? That's quite a lot. Wildcats, I'm now on Livonia, just to confuse things a bit more. I think when you pushed the wall you heard him go on con in the shed. Do you think, DL? Holy shit, maybe he was like trying to get an angle to shoot me. How do you find the motivation to play after so many hours? I really enjoy streaming, but I think...
Have you ever thought about creating a DayZ map?
I'll come to that in a second, Demo. Thank you for the resub, though, dude. Thank you. I think part of the motivation, honestly, is that it's my job, and I spent 20 years doing jobs I hated, and I like this one, you know? It's kind of hard not to enjoy it when... In a previous life, I was driving down the A12 and M25, hoping my car would break down just so I didn't have to go to work. You know, like I actually enjoy what I do, so that's a lot of it, to be honest. Yeah, I enjoy streaming. I haven't spawned here for a while. It's kind of cool. Demo, thank you very much. Have I thought about creating a DayZ map? I think there is a lot of talent required to make a DayZ map, and it's talent that I don't have. It takes thousands of hours to make something like Deer Isle, and I don't have the time or the capability to do it. I think there's a big difference between being able to play a game and play DayZ and get a feel for whether it's a balanced map or not. I'd be a decent tester of a map, but I'm not a creator of a map. Any tips for starting a DayZ channel? If you mean streaming, KMG, there's a video on my YouTube channel called The Honest Truth About Growing on Twitch. It's the same as YouTube as well. It's the same answer to both, but that's the answer. Watch that 15-minute video. Oh, I need to kill these, really. I want the backpack. Let's make it so that they're in. Hello.
Oh, this zombie has the bag. I want it.
That's why I'm getting it.
I want the bag.
Well, tough.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, it's my bag now.
Yeah, I have a figure.
Yeah, I
Rolling missed my
figure.
chat, but understandable
Yeah,
GG
well
on
played,
that
well
combat. I couldn't see
Can
who
you
did
say
it, but how are you
chowder?
doing,
Hey,
G?
fuck you. I've got a jean. Look at my fucking jeans, bro.
Nice. Can you say chowder?
Chat. What?
Chowder.
Chowder?
Chowder.
Chowder?
Yeah, that's it. Hello. Anyway, what's your name, dude?
Okay. Hey, I'm Nicholas. Oh,
Nicholas. Nice
what's
to
your
meet you. My name's Dave. Dave the Bag. They
name?
call
Oh, nice
me.
to meet you, Dave.
Dave the Bag.
Dave the bag? Oh, yeah,
Dave
you're
the bag,
man
yeah.
with the bag.
Yeah.
I'm the man with the jeans.
Yeah. They match your T-shirt though. That's good. Sexy.
Yeah. The bald green t-shirt guy. Do you know where we are?
It's Sitnik or Grabbing. I can't remember which one. I think it's the one that's
we are
north of it.
Sitnik?
Yeah. I think it might
Okay,
be
yes.
Grabbing actually.
I
I can
just-
always get them to. We're on the east side anyway.
Okay, I just died here and I have a AK somewhere. See ya.
Very nice. Yeah, he died down there, so we're in the wrong one. I can never remember which one's Sitnik and which one's Grabbing. I think this is Grabbing, isn't it? Demo, thank you very much. Seamus and Eli, cheers for the support, both of you. Eli, yeah, I've not been doing great keeping an eye on the chat for a little minute. That's not the same player. Man, the spawn system sucks. Let's look at it. Look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 players and me.
Oh,
7.
there's the bagman.
Yeah.
Okay, we are not at Sitnik, so I don't have
Yeah,
the
it's
AK,
great. I
but
did say
found my
Sitnik.
friend.
Sitnik is just to the south. This is Grabbing. Oh, sorry.
Oh, grab him, yes. No problem, no problem.
It's just.
I don't know.
It's so shit. It's.
Please,
Please, DayZ, please change the spawn system.
Now don't move.
On the upside, at least they're talking.
You
I'm
won't
with
make me
you,
eat
I'm
the
with
human
you.
flesh, you monster! Whoa, 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 whoa! Dave, Dave, Dave! Fuck, fuck, Dave, help us!
I don't know. You should not be
Sorry,
so
bro.
not be
This
so
guy,
punchy.
He's got a knife!
Gang, what the fuck?
Okay, I punched the other guy. This one, the redhead, because you want to make us.
You
eat
should
human
should
flesh.
bandage.
Oh yeah.
Bro, you're dying.
Ow! Not me. Why are you getting
Oh,
me?
sorry. What the fuck? Okay, nice.
Oh sh.
You fucking noob, noob. Come and have another go. Come on, drop down and have another go. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Come on. Oh wait, come on, come down.
What? Bro, Why are you up there?
Bro, what the fuck? Hey man.
Oh, you're sick. Sir, you need to calm down, sir. Oh.
Come on in. What the fuck? How long are your arms? Oh, bollocks. That didn't work out well. Ah!
Yo man, react.
Oh, sorry, man.
You cheats! You big bullies! What is the point of this? What is the point? He's trying to kill you now, look. You help this loser. Yeah, let's fuck him up. Yes! Well done. You got him. I'm flashing red with 3 bleeds.
Oh, bro, don't die. You okay?
I'm definitely dead.
Oh, I will help you then.
Well, why would you do that? Quick, punch the guy. Punch him. Punch, many punches. Not for me, for them. I thought we had him for a sec. Oh, damn it. Here's the problem. Every fucker spawns in the next place as well. Let's hope it's toppling or something. Oh. They really have. I know I talk about it every stream, but I feel like as I'm playing official more, I'm only compounding my own problem. That being that the official spawns are the worst fucking change ever implemented by the devs ever. And I can't stop saying it, and I know you all know what I think, but I can't help it anyway. It's the worst fucking thing they've ever fucking done. That's not to say that that little moment wasn't kind of funny. It just shouldn't always be like that, which it fucking is. It's so fucking stupid. I've never really been so proactive about a feature ever. I normally try to be fairly balanced and try to kind of try to see it from the dev's point of view. But this one I just cannot. It's ridiculous. Anyway, let's just crack on and hope we can just get some loot and play the game and shit. You know, that'll be good. I've really, stupidly, had terrible luck all week and actually had some good fights today and whatnot. And GG to the dude that just killed me before on Sakhal. I've really enjoyed playing official the last few. Even when I've had bad days, I've still been enjoying it. It's been good, except for the fucking spawn. The spawn is a joke. The survival on Sakhal, the actual challenge of starting as a new spawn and playing on Sakhal, is really good. I think it's like as far as survival goes, it's a harder map than Chernarus and Livonia for sure. I think it's kind of fun to play, but yeah. That's the same dude that was punching me, same blonde fella, same one. I like. Oh. We got you in the last town. I'll get you in this town as well. You can die twice for me, son. Don't you worry. The blonde man of many deaths.
Not this time, no.
Not this time, no. Oui, oui. Très bien. You haven't got all your buddies to help you this time, have you? Just so you know, I'm like the worst at melee ever, so if you die to me, you should be embarrassed. What happened there? What the fuck did that one hit? Any chance my stamina can come back? Ah! It was all going so well.
Yes.
What's your health at?
Oh.
Like, do you ever actually get geared, or do you just do this? Like, serious question. What do you do? Do you try to get gear, or do you just do this? How the fuck did he kill me? I was winning that. You know your tutor well, sir. But like, if he wins, which he has, fair play. Like, what does he do now? Does he just try to nurse himself back, or does he do it again at the next one? Do you know what I mean? Like, when does he stop doing that and start playing the game? Like, he'll almost certainly kill himself and then try to do more of the same boxing. Honestly, I've never been more... I've never been more tempted to make a video. Like, you know, like there's been all these stupid videos over the years called things like The Day DayZ Died, or Why Bohemia Killed DayZ and stuff. And none of those, they were opinions, and they're valid. I didn't agree with them necessarily, but they're valid opinions, and that's fine, right? They were also clickbaity to get views, right? But I've never been more tempted to make a video along the lines of... is this new feature killing DayZ or something like that? Why is DayZ being killed by... Do you know what I mean? I've never been more tempted to make one. And it's not my thing. I almost certainly won't make one, don't worry. But I've never been more tempted. I couldn't get to the car, which I could hear, but I couldn't get to the car because I had that bug. Had that bug, still have that bug. The Day DayZ Died, yeah. The dude that made that, I can't remember his name now, but he made about 8 videos that were all like hater ones. He made a couple of DayZ ones. They were all like critical of video games. He made one about Metal Gear Solid. And then he made a video talking about how he was going to have a Patreon and he was going to do this, that and the other. And he introduced his Patreon and he had this idea to become like the next Frankie on PC, and then he never made any more videos. The Day DayZ Died, yeah, I remember. I actually briefly spoke to that dude. Funny enough, the guy that made that, he had a separate channel that was about writing like video essays about movies and like cinema, and he was a really smart dude that made some really good videos on cinema, you know. But his gaming videos were just, I really can't stand that kind of content where your entire thing is just being critical of other people. You know, it's so easy to sit on the sidelines being a critic. It's a lot easier to be someone that like tastes food and goes, that tastes good, that tastes shit. Very much easier to do that than it is to be the chef or to be the game dev or whatever. Actually creating something is much harder than just making a destructive video, you know. Cheers, Gola. Thanks for coming in. You get uninvited to their parties. I think that's probably not true, dude. I think if I ever made a video like that, it wouldn't be so clickbaity and it would be balanced. But I think the devs, some of the people that have gone have said things about the game that aren't necessarily positive. However, they might have had negative opinions about certain things, but they've stuck with the game for a long time, you know. Like, the devs are actually decent people that they don't always get stuff right, and sometimes they change things. I think sometimes they're stubbornly, vehemently believing in something, and maybe other people might disagree, but that's just an opinion. It's not a big deal. Enemy, I've not ever seen a video about people logging into games that have kind of died just to see what's going on. Very nice, Leonardo. You're doing the Sakhal loot route, are you? Very cool. No, I'm just cabby one. You're saying the same thing. Genuinely, I don't think it works like that. Like I don't think the devs are anti opinions. I think it's okay if you disagree with the devs on stuff. I think there is a way to do it. I guess I'm being quite... Do you ever get geared?
Go fight.
Go fight?
Go fight, nigga.
Dude, what? How old are you? Are you like 12 or something?
Ладно.
Did your mum drop you when you were younger?
Я тебя бить не буду.
Perfect. Always hit a man when he's looking the other way. You absolute fucking moron. Oh my god. Let's take it. That used to be my favourite hat. I think that would make it in the video, don't you? I might have to bleep the word, but I think that might make it in the video. Fucking hell. What have they done? What do they... Fuck me dead, it's so frustrating. How the DayZ devs turn spawn towns into CSGO lobbies. I think we've probably been alive long enough, just about, for the spawns to have changed now, so hopefully we won't get any more till it's the next time. Take his shoes. There's not much point. He was dead. He dropped to dead. Seems to be a lot of French people like Livonia. I don't know about him, but we met two other dudes that were French, is what I mean. I don't think he was French. There's 60 people. 60 people in the map, right? If 10 to 15, roughly, are constantly circle jerking, that's maybe an exaggeration, but even if it's 6, that's really bad for the diversity of the map, isn't it? I'm worried for next week. I'm worried. I'm worried I'm going to get a few drinks in me and start shouting about the spawn system. I could see it happening. And I'm not a fighting drunk, but I am a very sarcastic and say what I think drunk. I worry about what might happen if I have a few drinks. I can hear myself already. What the fuck were you thinking? I don't want to do that, really. So that dude got a spawn here on the last round. Shall we cut him up for rope? Gems, I think the problem is that the zombies they know about, and I just don't think they can do anything about. You know, that I think that's why I'm so passionate. Let's say passionate about this one, because they haven't chosen to make the zombies worse. They can't fix them. You know, they've chosen to make the spawn system this way. It was a choice. You know, the zombies have got all sorts of issues, and they've already said. They said in 23 they were going to try and fix them, and they kind of shelved it because clearly they can't fix them, right? So the zombies are going to be the zombies, and we're going to have to deal with it for now, and hopefully if there's a new game one day, that's when we'll get them fixed. But they want it to be this way with the spawn, you know, like they actually want it that way. Like I don't understand. I don't understand. There's pork steak. There only one pork steak. Oh, it's not worth it. I've got some food. Let's just go. That'll obviously be the prison up there. That will definitely be walled off. It'll be based off. I should probably get a wriggle on because those shots were quite close by, weren't they? I mean, might as well get moving before I get killed. Officer, unofficial, the spawns are like this on Livonia and Chernarus, but not Sakhal. Most community servers turn it off. So, the only two reasons... I think the reason that they've introduced the spawn system is because it makes it easier to spawn with your mate. Only if you're both new spawns, right? So, also, there's two other benefits I can think of. And one of these came from someone in the chat the other day. If you're in an adventure with someone that you meet in the game, and you both die, you could spawn next to each other and then talk to each other again. Like, you might have this team up, and you meet this guy who's cool, and you both die, and then you both spawn at the same time, so you both meet. That massively sounds like meta to me, but nonetheless, there's a slight upside to it. And beyond that, the only upside I can see for the no suicide do-gooders out there is that you can't suicide to choose the spawn that you get. You can't be like, I want to spawn in Electro and suicide until you get an Electro spawn. You know, you can't do that because you're only going to get the spawn that is on the rotation. So they're the only two benefits, if they are that, beyond the obvious, which is if you're joining a server with your buddy, you and your buddy spawn in the same place. That's the reason it was introduced, anyway. friend of mine gave up because he
spawn
hated the
system is
missions to
reason
meet
why
up
I
after a
stopped
death.
playing DayZ.
But that's the
It's
game,
horrible on
you know.
console not like this.
Like, the game is about missions, you know. If one of you dies and one of you doesn't, then you both have a journey to make, and DayZ's about journeys, you know. The journey to get geared and the journey to meet your mate are both important parts of the game, you know. None of it definitely was to do with help trying to I think it was a commercial decision, if I'm honest, but I think they're probably trying to make the game a bit more accessible, and I believe it was introduced specifically to make it easier for people to team up. Was that a fire by the river? I don't even know. I wasn't paying much attention, to be honest. Kenneth, thank you very much for the support. Dude, I could do with that on a little tablet. Cheers for the support, Kenneth. Seawatts, thank you very much. East Tennessee, thank you as well. Mob Scene, thank you for the 9 months. Eli, thank you very much for the support. Seamus, Liquid and Demo, thank you very much as well. The spawn system isn't optional, Saber. If the spawn system was optional, then that would be great, but you can't choose a different spawn. Everyone gets the same spawn and you can't opt out of it. If they made it so it was optional, I think that would be okay. I don't think they should do that. I think they should take it out, but it's not optional. Ledono, it just cheapens such a serious thing to just... I never feel great doing it. If there's like a serious event or a horrible thing, bad thing that's happened on a day, like skipping between moaning about spawns in the game and flippant things and silly things in the game and then switching straight to something so serious doesn't really work. So usually it's better if we try to keep real serious shit out rather than demean it by giving it half a thought in amongst me mithering about spawns, you know. Well, I don't think they did it to stop you deleting yourself, Kevin, if I'm honest. I don't think they did do that. And the devs have literally added an F11 function. They have that in the game. I don't think they're completely bothered about people suiciding for whatever reason.
Happy 10 years.
And it hasn't actually stopped suicides, because plenty of people still kill themselves if they get the wrong spawn. People just do it, and they'll kill themselves multiple times until they get the right spawn. This gear here. Shame. This guy has been cooking the pork. This might have been the dude that killed old matey down in the house. Because he's got a dried pork steak on him. He hasn't fallen to his death because he's been looted, but also he's not in the death fall. When you die to a fall, your legs are splayed out in a certain way, and his legs are not in the I died to a fall kind of pattern. He's been killed. His chest vest, his press vest is ruined, so someone shot him. Actually fenced off, but slightly differently. Right, I guess the best thing we can probably do here is have a little drink at the well. Hope there's no one on the roof, because we'll be dying if there is. I might just check that platform there. Oh, I can't, can I? Because it's fenced off. The best thing we can probably do now is try for a stab vest on one of the military zombies. Hi Holly, thank you, and thanks for your help in Twitter DMs. I can't make it work. Like, even with your settings, I tried to stream earlier with using the CPU, and even on the exact same settings as you. So I did try it on like a slower preset, and even on the same settings, I was still getting skips. And the bigger problem is that the X264 codec looks nowhere near as good as the AV1 codec, so it just makes YouTube look all blurry. It still looks good, but it's like, unfortunately, they've all been spoilt by the AV1 from MVenc, so I'm having to stick with that. I'm using a plugin called Atrium, but I don't think any plugin's going to matter on the difference between AV1 and it just looks so much better. Like the YouTube streams with AV1, they look almost as good as if they were edited videos. You know, like they look crazy good. I think everyone's been spoiled by that, and so I can't really kind of. It looks so good. But yeah, thanks for your help. Cheers for that. Can't the wall be dismantled with a hatchet? It takes a lot more than just a hatchet. You have to have like many melee weapons and a lot of patience. Yeah, the plugin I use is called Atrium, I think, or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. Let me have a look. Atum. A-I-T-U-M. I think they should do something about the geared guys camping and killing people in spawn towns. I don't think so, Inigo. Actually don't find it happens that much, and if you're a new spawn and you're shot at by a geared guy, what happens if they hit you? Like, if you're a new spawn with nothing to lose and you die, you immediately spawn in as a new spawn with nothing to lose, you know, like. But occasionally, you'll manage to kill the guy. You know, you'll find a Makarov with a chambered Makarov and sneak up behind them and headshot them or something. You know, once in a blue moon, that gear guy in Electro that's been killing everyone for a while, suddenly that gear's yours and you can take it away and you earned it. You know, like, I don't think it happens that much, but when it does, it's normally a relatively positive thing. You know. You get a free try at a geared guy, and if you fail, you haven't lost anything. Gorf, I understand that. Like, I tried a slower preset, and then I tried the same one. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I know how streaming works. Yeah. So I tried a slower preset to get better quality, and then I went to the same preset as Holly, and even then I was still getting... Yeah, obviously YouTube does AV1, so if you stream with the graphics card and select AV1 as the codec, it looks fucking amazing. Like, the YouTube stream looks amazing for a live stream. You know, definitely my stream now looks better than my YouTube videos used to not many years ago. You know, like, which I think is staggering. There's normally a couple of prison zombies over this side. Like that one. I just need to try and find one with a stab vest. I really should not try to kill zombies without even looking at the zombies, I think. For you, what's the best city to start in? On this map, I quite like starting on either the east or the west side, so either Topolin or Grabbin, Sitnik kind of side. One or the other. Either side's fine. I think Topolin's my favourite spawn, because you can do quite well in Topolin. You can pick up some loot. It's quite fun to be at. And then you can quite quickly get down to the south. You can head over towards Zalisi, which is a small town, but there's normally reasonably good loot there and not many players. And then you can be off down towards Polana without any great deal of challenge. And there's a good few convoy spawns down that route as well. Sometimes you end up getting a DMR or something if you're lucky. There's the goddamn exit, boy. If you're still here, Holly, are you all prepared for next week? I'm not. I've got my car parking space booked at the airport. I've done that. I ordered currency, a little bit of currency to pick up today, and then forgot. So I've not picked that up yet. I'll have to get that in the morning. Zulu, they did a teaser of something that looked like a desert map a little while ago. Sorry guys, I've just got to stop. I need to set a reminder to go and get the currency. Otherwise I'm in the shit. You're half packed? I'm not packed at all. I'm not packed in any way, shape or form. I'm not, but I'm only going to the short bit, so I've only got to take normal stuff. A bit easier for me. Oh, that's cool. I just got to sling some stuff in a cupboard, basically. Sorry, in a cupboard, in a suitcase. Nice, okay. Just wanted to be doubly sure that they were red shells, they are. So it's badly damaged. We're going to need ourselves a weapon cleaning kit. I am a little bit disappointed, to be honest, that we didn't get a stab vest, but I'm pleased about the shotty. That's cool. Hi, brown hole dude. It's called an R12 shotgun. It's semi-automatic. Takes 7 shells. I've really not been very good with the... Like, I know that the Discord, where a few of you have been talking about possible plans and stuff. I've just not been active. I'm so fucking busy at the moment. I've so much going on. I've barely been in there. Why didn't you take the new clothes? I didn't really give it a thought, to be honest. I was too busy having an e-orgasm over the shotgun. There we go. Look, there we go. Look, I take it now. Your messages are showing, D-Bear, yeah. Right. So it looks like the military area over there has been gassed. I'm going to go this way. I've got a suitcase full of tripods, mics and gimbals. Yeah, you're very professional. Last year I recorded the Sakhal presentation on my telephone, and Joito held it in her hand for about half an hour, and then I held it in my hand for the rest. And that was as professional as I got. I'm hoping to remember to take a tripod, but I'm not going to vlog anything. I'm not going to make any... The only thing I might do, if there is a presentation, if it's like last year, then I'll try to record that. But that's it. That's all I'm doing. Where is that guy going? There is a dead zombie there. So someone's escaped. Oh, fuck me. Someone's already there. That sucks. I was moving, so it was a decent shot. I don't think there's any evidence for that to be a hacker. I just got killed by a dude. I don't think there's anything necessarily dodgy about that. Oh god, I don't want to do a new spawn on this fucking spawn system. I just don't want to do it. It's so stupid. I tell you what's a really smart way to get around the bollocks spawn system, right? This is an idea. If you want to play Chernarus and you know you're a new spawn, join Livonia and let it populate you a character, and then switch to Chernarus, unofficial I mean, and then you'll get one of the random spawns where you won't be near all the other fuckers. That's the only way you could do it. So it would actually be possible to get a spawn that's decent by just joining a different map first and then switching across afterwards. Well, that's where I died. Look, we're still in the same place. This is Brenner still. How many pairs of pants do I take? Do you mean pants as in trousers, or do you mean pants as in boxer shorts? I'm going for 5 days, so I'll definitely need probably 2 pairs of boxer shorts, I'd say. Probably 2 pairs, probably. What the fuck? Idiot. I mean me here, not the game. What? Alright, that I don't like. I'm mega bugged. I think I might switch to... I know, I want to do Livonia. I'm going to carry on. Freshie, cheers
Saving
for the bit.
space by only taking 2 pairs of boxer shorts so there's more room for scotch and watches. Smart move.
More room for scotch and watches. Yeah, there's plenty of good watch shops in Prague, I believe. Oh my god. Let's all queue because we got fucking mega bugged. Livonia is the easiest map to find guns. I find it easier on Chernarus than Livonia, I think, but you can do alright on Livonia. R12 is the new Snow Owl. Yeah, Snow Owl curse, yeah. Dog food, thank you very much for the support, dude. I don't think I'll be buying too much whiskey there. I don't think it's particularly cheap in Prague. And it's never cheap in the airport, is it? Hey Ruski, it depends what you like, but I tend to play lightly modded, so I've been playing a lot of official lately. But if you like lightly modded, Zero, Day One, Spaggy, Karma Crew, DayZ Underground, Clash, Dusk. What was the food like in Prague last year? The best meal I think we had was we went to this Italian restaurant, and it was just like a regular Italian, and it was decent pizza. It was good. It was quite nice. The kind of local cuisine is pretty much some kind of. It looks like a boiled, like a halved potato, a bit like a boiled potato, but it's like all like completely covered in butter, and they're quite salty. So it's just like a fairly bland, salty, buttery potato with some kind of cabbage and then some kind of meat. And mostly the meat was either some kind of chicken. I can't stop saying some kind of. It was either some kind of chicken schnitzel type thing, or like pork that was kind of salty like gammon, but it was like a joint, like almost a knee joint type thing. Like there was this last year. There was this dude that was a journalist, and he had this pork knee thing, and it was the saltiest meat I'd ever had. And it was quite cheap, and it was fucking massive. Like, I think it would probably kill you if you ate the whole thing. But the food, the local actual cuisine that they make it's basically meat and potatoes. It's kind of fairly standard. But like any major city, there's plenty of food around. Like, we went on the second evening, we went to this kind of like indoor area that was just like loads of pop-up shops. So there was like a burger one and a kebab one, and then like a Greek one and a Turkish one or whatever, you know. There was one that was doing curries and all sorts, but there was lots of different pop-up stands. Some were healthy, some were fast food, and it was great. It was kind of good though. You play on vanilla servers? I am at the moment, Angry Bullet, but I play on lots of different ones. The weather looks pretty good. Prague is lovely. Last year we didn't really get to see much of Prague. There was really only like one free kind of day/afternoon, and we were. It was the second day, and none of us were really knowing what we were doing. So we kind of just walked to the old town area, and sat down on the square and just started drinking. You know, like fairly slowly, but we were just drinking. Like there's loads to see in Prague. The actual city is beautiful, and we barely looked at it. You know, it was really busy as well. I'm sure it'll be busier next week because it's a bit hotter. But the actual town, the old part of Prague, is lovely. Drinking abroad can be high risk. I don't know, Bucky. I don't know. It probably felt less of a risk for when we were out last year because there was a big group of us. You know, like it's not a good idea to get yourself down onto your own when it's really, really late and you're stumbling around. But I've never felt that unsafe myself. But I guess you don't until you aren't safe. But Polish food is lush. Try to find some of that. Well, they'll probably have lots of different stuff there. But I did quite like the pizza on the first night. The nice thing is that it's pretty cheap though. Like the cost. I can't remember the cost of anything, but it's not like London prices to buy a drink. You know, like it's probably cheaper than the local in your local pub. Then it'll be cheaper than there, and it's a major city. You know. Is it about the same time? Last year it was May Piston broke, so it's going to be 1 month more close to summer, I guess, you know. Plus Lax was there in case the shit hits the fan. What's he going to do? Cuddle him to death? Yeah, the beer's pretty good, actually. It is. Obviously, I'm gluten intolerant, but I just taken gluten tablets and drinking it. But I can't... There's a few different ones. There was one I didn't like. I didn't really like Pilsner Urquell. But the other main one I really quite like, just like lager. And then there was a darker beer that I quite like. It was pretty good, though, and it was cheap. The only thing is, you when you buy a beer over there, it's their custom that you get, like, about 2 inches of froth. So you get something that looks like a pint glass, but the top 1.5 inches or so is froth, and it's meant to be that way. So it takes a bit of getting used to, because it's like... it is, like properly, like, a fucking ice cream or something. Kuzel is I think Kuzel is the beer. Yeah, that's the kind of browner one. I like a nice brown booze. It was a darker one. Kuzel, yeah. Brits are the exception on this. Yeah, we don't like a head on lager. Like on Guinness, yes, but not on lager. It shouldn't have a head. Yeah, Staropramen was okay, I think. I might be wrong. I either liked Staropramen or I liked Pilsner Urquell. I think I liked Staropramen better. I think that's true, Voids. Of the lager ones, I think that's the one I liked. Serious question. Have you ever thought about the occasional vlog? I haven't, Astronaut. No, I don't really want to do any IRL
Hey Paul,
stuff.
how's it going today? TRMZ Lav.
Funny enough, I saw a funny little clip from Aussieman that kind of made that point to me, but there was a clip of a girl that had a car crash, and instead of getting out of the car, she was upside down, still attached, and instead of getting out of the car and making sure she was safe, she'd started recording so she could get content from the car crash, you know. And I think that's the thing that makes me worry about doing any kind of vlogs. It's not my thing, because I love the fact that I can stream and it's my job, but when I'm out and about, it's my life, you know. I don't want to start vlogging or doing any IRL videos. And like even on this trip, I don't want to do anything like that, because I feel like it can rob you of the experience if you're too much trying to do shit through your phone, if that makes sense. I think it's probably because I'm an old fucker, but yeah, I'd rather not. I would like to maybe try and look at doing a podcast or something like that, but I don't really want to do on the fly. I'm in the real world and I'm going to share that too. I might do it targeted. Like I could see myself maybe one day fishing and having a GoPro or something. That could be fun. Biscotto, thank you very much for the 40 months. I'm doing all right. Hope you're good. Dog food, thank you. Freshy knife fight, thank you as well. So the axe was back on my back. I haven't talked about that yet, but I'm not going to want him to appear in anyone's videos. I'm not telling you this, Holly. I'm just thinking about it out loud, by the way. But yeah, I'm not going to be in anyone's vlogs this year. And I'm not going to be appearing in anyone's vlogs. I'm steering well clear. I think that would be cool, Holly. Last year we were sitting on the last night, I think. Lady Adventure was streaming from a laptop, and her and I can't remember who was Marks. Her and Marks were sitting on one side of the table, and on the other side of the table was Joito, myself, and I think Lax was around. I think the Freshborns were around, but like she was streaming for a little while, and the people watching could hear our voices. It was kind of fun, but I'd rather be behind the camera, not in front of it. Do a podcast with the devs to complain about the spawns. I reckon they'd love that. Yeah, there might be some time to do something like that. That'd be kind of cool, but when it's the evening, like they're all like quite often the devs last year, quite a few of them came out, but they've obviously worked all day, and then in the evening they're having drinks in their spare time, you know. So they're kind of like, I guess, doing us a favour showing up, if that makes sense, you know. Like, but hopefully they'd want to, like. But it was a lot of fun. But it was nice to sort of just shoot the shit in a kind of relaxed environment. It was pretty cool. Hopefully it'll be the same this year. Right, I feel like this is exactly what we just did, isn't it? I remember now, I'm meaning to go and run to my body. That, like, having to queue from 9 people down is going to make it less likely that I can get my shotgun, unfortunately. Honestly, what is up with you not wanting to be on camera? There is a really strong reason. It's nothing to do with me, but honestly, I don't really want to open up the can of worms onto it, dude. I really don't. Making a career out of the internet attracts a little bit of hate here and there, and I'd just rather not set myself up for future problems, is the honest truth. Biscrito, thank you for the support, dude. And the internet is notoriously kind and accepting. I'm not really bothered about shit like that. I just like in so many words, the last vlog that was made, somebody took a particularly unflattering screen grab from that and then used it in a load of videos and talking about me. I just don't want to set myself up for more of that. I don't see why I would. FN agent, yeah, I don't know. Until it happens, we don't know what's what. But I think Diaz definitely wants to go to Barcelona. I think that's true. I think he's trying to be, like, upstanding about it, but he clearly wants it. He wants to go. I don't think we need 2 lots of matches. Well, he's a bit hardcore, isn't he, with his creeping around the place? He's not. I'm going to try not to kill that one. Oh, fuck. Alright. Let's just bypass that then. I thought the creepy one was like a hardcore survivalist. Now it turns out there's like 3 of them. I think it's better if we just run around and go. Is that same blonde guy, do you reckon? Oh god, the spawns are so stupid.
Hello, friend.
Hello.
Come.
Have I got all these zombies? Fuck's sake. Fuck me dead. That's the same blonde fella from before, isn't it? See, they've still got zombies on them. I haven't got zombies on me, so we should be okay. God, it's pathetic, isn't it? Fuck me. The one in the red hat seems to have managed to not aggro the zombies. The blonde one is such a tryhard, like he's not giving up. He's got all those zombies. He must be bleeding a few times and he's still not giving up. It would be really cool here if my body wasn't looted. How is that guy with the red hat not getting hit by the Zeds? Oh, he is now. Finally. Is every map and server? It's only unofficial. Most community servers turn it off, dude. And on the official map, Sakhal doesn't have it. The others do. Now my body should still be there. It depends how geared the guy was. There's no way that my shotgun will still be there. The guy will have taken the shotty, but there might be the BK might be on there. There might be a few things there, perhaps. They didn't even need the shotgun either. They were so desperate to catch up, right? Like literally just killing themselves to desperately chase me, you know? Ah, stupid. They're trying to kill me. Those two were together trying to kill me by the look of it, but I don't know. I've only got one shot, so So let's just... Well, I guess I've got the rubber slugs as well. I could load this with rubber slugs. Right, so... We have got a few things. Oh, they had so many zombies on them. I'm surprised they got as far as they did before it became a problem, you know. But anyway, we're... I've still got the shotgun. I've lost a couple of slugs, but that's it, you know. When we're not actually that much worse off. I am a little bit worse off food-wise, but I guess I could kill the boar that's up ahead if I want to waste my only bullet. I think I might not kill the boar, though. I might save the bullet, just to eat the chicken. Looks like they're shagging for a second. Do I think they know who they are? They might do. I don't know. They seem particularly desperate to chase me. They might do. That doesn't mean they're watching the stream, though. They might have recognised my voice. I did speak. Who knows? It's hard to say. Some people are just like on with these spawns as they are. Some people are just hell bent on killing whoever's around, and then respawning and trying again and again and again. You know, that's it. They're playing Punch the New Spawn. That's the game they play. So I'm actually going really out of my way here to check one hunting stand. But Wax, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Have you seen the new AI videos based on DayZ? I've seen one or two of them. I'm not that particularly interested in AI videos, if I'm honest. I struggle with it, but they are kind of cool. They are kind of cool. There was some guys making actual real videos of it, which was much cooler, like making videos themselves with actors and cameras and stuff that were DayZ inspired. They seemed kind of cooler, to be honest. If I see any, there seems to be quite a popular one doing the rounds on Insta at the moment of some like ape kind of gorilla thing that's AI driven but in some kind of story. Anytime I get shared something like that, I just immediately skip it. I don't know why. I think it's an age thing. But if it looks like an AI video, I don't normally watch it. I like to watch things that people have made, not things that people have asked a computer to make, for want of a better way of describing it. Yeti Vlogs, yeah, that's the name of the channel, but I haven't seen a single one, and I'm sure they're great, but I don't want to watch an AI gorilla make-believe. I don't know why. I'm just not very interested. And someone's always going to say boomer. Yeah, Wax 420, cheers for the follow, dude. Right, hopefully we can get a few things here. This is normally a reasonable place to loot. What time is it? 10 to 7. I was wondering what the time was, because I feel pretty hungry. Do I need... I don't need that, do I? Let's leave that. I should probably cook the chicken. We'll do it down here somewhere. License your voice and then you can retire so AI can play DayZ as you. I don't know. My channel can still be making money in years to come once I'm long gone that way. Starting the TheRunningManZ empire. So my grandkids can get, I don't know, 5,000 sunblock and still be okay. You can never train an AI to break their legs so often. No, you couldn't. That's true. They'd probably be better at everything, wouldn't they? They'd be too good. That'd be the problem. Yeah, Sakhal's decent. I've been enjoying Sakhal. I actually did briefly Sakhal today, but I got killed, and I just didn't want to do another spawn on Sakhal, so I thought I'd come to Livonia and then drag my fingernails down a blackboard for a while. Chalkboard, depending on what you call it. I'm watching debris from guys tearing out broken trusses from the last tornado that hit on top of my day lilies. Oh, and variegated grasses, eh? Blimey. Yeah, we'd call it a blackboard in the UK, Humo, which is like, it's just like a chalkboard, but we always, like, when we were at school, they used to be blackboards, and then you'd write on them with chalk, and then if your school was fancy, they'd have one of those roller ones, and they'd use
Happy
like
Tuesday,
markers.
make cheers. TRMZ left.
Please bring out Killermans. Try. I got some decent kills earlier, but I haven't had any loot since then. Is there any benefit? I think there's not much benefit to getting the plus symbol unless it starts raining, and it's not raining now, so we might as well just fuck that off. Really pleased with how everything's running today, though. Like, I think I'm going to be able to do 14. Well, based on today only, 1440p on Twitch is likely to stay, and 4K on YouTube is fine already. So that's good. Honestly, after yesterday's stream, I felt like I'd probably have to roll back to 1080p on Twitch. Still not sure if I might need to or not, depending on how many people are struggling to actually watch. Because, by all accounts, some people can't now watch the VODs even because of the codec, I think. I don't know. What changed? I capped my frames to 120 so it's not like dancing up and down so much. But I also set DayZ in the task manager to high priority. Like, you know, you can set affinity. I set it to high for DayZ, so DayZ is now the like the priority in terms of where the CPU puts its efforts first, if that makes sense. So given that the graphics card is doing the streaming, that kind of makes sense, you know. So the CPU's focusing more on the game, I think. Google says the last tornado was in 1954 in the UK. We don't really get tornadoes, dude. I don't remember there. Like, I don't remember there ever being one. Like you said, 1954, but we don't get tornadoes. Like most of the extreme weather systems that create tornadoes and whatnot, twisters if you like, whatever, they're all close to America land, and they turn into those. We tend to get the tail of it, and it's more of like hurricane or heavy wind or whatever, but even still it's much slower. It's not as serious. We just get high winds. Like when you get like the bad, really bad, like proper tornadoes, we just get the tail of it because it has to cross over the Atlantic to get to us, you know. Did you see the fire? I didn't just see the fire, Mongrel. I lit that fire. So yeah, I did see it, but it was me that made it, so I wasn't worried. There are small tornadoes each summer in the UK. Yeah, you might get like a little bit of dust flowing up, but not anything that's like like pulling down trees and stuff or knocking over cars and stuff. There has been the odd little tiny one where like, oh, there was a tornado in somewhere and like a roof tile fell off, you know, like little tiny ones, but it's not like they're naming them, is it? You know, they're not calling them like Hurricane whatever, Katrina or something, are they? They are doing that now though, aren't they? They're starting to name like fucking things that don't, like, oh, we've got high winds, it's going to be windy Wilhelmina is coming, you know, like they can't just say it's going to be windy out. There's storms. They're naming storms. We don't really get hurricanes over here. I used the wrong term. They're normally storms by the time they get to us. So you have the hurricane over there, and we have a storm of the same thing over here. Right. That chicken is probably not enough food. I actually think the difference is probably to do with capping the frames. Why have I picked that up? I think that's what's making everything smoother, is that it's not trying to max the frames and going like right to the edge of what it can do and then stuttering away. Like, I think capping the frames is the thing that's made the difference. Okay. We could maybe fix our baklava. Be sure to have real ID. Real ID? What for? What do I need real ID for? In case they ask me if I'm over 18 or not in the bar. I don't feel like we're doing very well here loot-wise. I'm thinking maybe we'll just fuck it off and go. Fuck your potato. Right, I'm going to not bother with... I've got okay loot in these houses in the past. Unfortunately, I think that gas barrage that just landed is where I was going to go next. That's the military base at Muriton. Oh shit, somebody's here. Fucking hell, she got in quick, didn't she?
Congratulations on your 10 years.
Thank you. Ceratos? Ceratos, I think that is, isn't it? Dude, thank you very much. Cheers for the resubscribing. Thank you. Brian, Maris, I think Mary, I don't know. Brian, thank you for the follow on YouTube as well. So somebody done killed that zombie. If the gas has landed at the military base, then I don't know if we're going to be able to find them or not. Real ID or passport is required for America flights. Yeah, well, we don't... I presume that's probably what the dude was meaning, but we need... to fly from one country in Europe to another, you always need a proper passport. Like if you're flying from England to Scotland in the UK, you're staying in the same... you're still in the UK, so you can actually fly. Everyone always takes their passport, but in theory, I think you could fly with like a driving licence or something, I think. Everyone takes their passport anyway, but you absolutely have to have a passport to go from the UK to Prague, because it's like going from, I don't know, America to Mexico or something, you know, like, or America to, I don't know, Bolivia. Is it just me, or is the pump shotgun really awful? I think it's just you, dude. I think it's pretty decent. I've not had much of an opportunity to use it as yet, but I think it's pretty good. When I still needed a passport when I was travelling. You still had to have a passport when travelling from the UK to France or something, like 10 years ago. I'm sure you did. So the gas has actually landed in the town. The pistol grip pump gun is not in the game. No, there's a dead zombie there at the front there. Maybe the dude is in here. I feel like there might be a player here, and I'm on the hill, really in view. 2 dead zombies that side. Alive zombies on the left side. Somewhere in the middle is the dude. I've got no chest protection. I don't know if I should probably just be running away here, but that would be boring.
What's up, nigger?
You dirty nigger! You dirty nigger!
What the fuck are you doing?
Hey, remember when I crashed into
What's
your
up,
car
nigger?
on the experimental server? I'm back.
I bet you're really proud. I bet you make your mum really proud.
Oh, yes, I was so proud.
Yeah.
Man, I told my mom.
You fucking dirty Jew, goddamn.
Fuck me. These guys wouldn't get banned by the game.
You know, I used to believe.
How did I miss that shot? What the fuck is that guy's problem? That is pathetic. Sorry about the language. Obviously, I'm not staying on the server. I'm just going to let my character spawn in. Ceratos, thank you for the 2 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Right, looks like we're not playing community for a while then. God, that is pathetic. Like, oh my god, that is so sad. Not really bothered about getting killed in the game, but the language and what they're saying, like, they're just like, they sound like late teens-ish, maybe early 20s, but like, one day they'll think back to that and be really embarrassed at themselves, is the truth, right? At some point they'll be embarrassed about themselves, which is kind of funny to think about, really, but my god. All right, let's fuck, that must be you've got to be pretty unhappy to think that's good or funny. Let's have a look, see where we can go. I thought I'd made the shot, to be honest. I really thought I'd made the shot. I can't do Namalsk. I think there's a bug with Namalsk at the moment, so Namalsk is out.
Happy anniversary.
Go for that. I'm trying to get in a server now. We'll see how we go. Yeah, I don't want to do Hashima. It wasn't running. It was running okay, but I don't really want to do Hashima, I don't think. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, enough of that. I haven't played Hashima recently. No, I actually logged into it yesterday briefly just to see how it ran, but I watched Smoke playing it yesterday and yesterday morning, and he was having a great adventure on it, but he was getting like 25 frames. Oh, the mouse thing with the events fixed, is it threaded? That's cool. Is there any recourse you can do against these guys? I don't think so, B Commando. I don't know. I'm not really looking to try and get people banned. I'm not really interested. It's not really that big of a deal, you know. They tried. One of them got me on experimental, right? So once every 2 weeks they'll be around at the same time as me and maybe try to get me if I play on official. But I'm here every day, you know. I'm getting paid. This is my job, you know. They're out spending their spare time doing that, you know. Like, I can throw enough hours of it. It's not really a problem for me. Ever considered announcing what server you would be on so fans can join and meet you? Vintage, no. It doesn't really make for a good stream because you end up with somebody like that joining as well, you know. It's not really a thing for me. I normally try to just play the game. Does hunger increase faster if you're carrying more weight? No. You burn more energy if you're sprinting, you burn more energy if you're cold. Jim Lad, thank you for the 8 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Twitch is tripping. What's wrong with Twitch? Well, this is quite a slow spawn. Is that a hard thing to do? The only stream I know that pulls off playing with fans is Hey Bambi. It's not particularly hard to do, Dr. Gonzo. It's just it's not something I want to do. Not because I don't like people that watch my channel. It doesn't then become, for my channel, it doesn't feel like it's as authentic, right? Ever since I started my channel, all I just wanted to do was play the game the same as everybody else does and try to share that. So earlier today, somebody tried to give me a Mosin with a scope on it, and it felt very much like they were giving it to me because it was me. And so I didn't take it, right? I'm trying to just play the regular game. I know I'm a streamer, right? But I don't want to have like team ups with fans and things because I'm not. My entire channel has been around playing the game and sharing the adventures that I have. You know. What do I think about Grand Seiko sports watches? They're a bit big and clunky, if I'm honest. I prefer some of the more dressy ones myself, personally. But they're very nice watches. They're very nice watches, but they tend to be a bit thick, and the bracelets are a bit shit. I think the problem comes as well if you're trying to do like a play with fans thing. What you're actually doing is playing with 2 people and then pissing off everybody else. You know, like if you open up a server and there's 60 spaces in it, you've got 59 people in it and a few thousand people trying to get in it that are more pissed off that they're not in it. You actually upset more people than you please, and the stream actually isn't that great. You know, it's better to it's better to just stream a regular stream for me, I think. Anyway, seems to be running okay. Right, I obviously got a suicide to be my regular character. Don't make a most days. I have a few games. Like tonight, like last night. Sorry, I went into the room, put the radio on, and was listening to the radio while just like 20 minutes, half an hour. Spartacus. Literally, my entire channel is based on me trying to play the game like a regular dude. That's what I'm trying to explain. I go into events sometimes, but I'm not really about creating an event for the video. I try to just share what I do, like a Let's Player, if you like. You know, that's kind of like what my channel is. So I try to stick to what my channel is. You know, there's no zombies. Am I meant to suicide? There'll be some zombies up this way. We'll just have to run this way. Are there any famous Italian watches? Well, Panerai were not. They're Swiss made. They're not really Italian, but they were made for the Italian military or the Italian navy divers and stuff. So Panerai would be the closest that I know of. I could be wrong, but I think maybe they were originally something Italian. Panerai sounds Italian, but they're Swiss made watches. They're not Italian. I could go to the sea, but yeah, I could have just drowned in the lake, I suppose, on Deer Isle, couldn't I? Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Gonna drown in this rain in a minute. Are you right, Beach Quint? I want a ginger girlfriend, please give. I'm sorry, all of my ginger girlfriends are locked up in the basement right now. I haven't got any spare for you. Jesus fucking Christ. Please give. That looks awful, Bruticus. No, that sounds awful. No, it's not a thing. It's a response to Fluffy Bunny. Ah, okay. So it... Ah, okay. Now, so what's wrong with being a ginger girl, says Fluffy Bunny. Nothing's wrong with being a ginger girl. I apologise, Beach Squint. Yeah, I understand now. I thought for a moment it looked like it was just a random message. Like, it was just like crazy. But yeah, now it makes a little bit more sense. Steve, very nice, GG. I think if it's from a Rolex AD, you'll struggle to get one brand new at retail straight away. With a weight you would, but it's a really nice watch. It really is. Timeless. Thought I'd click respawn, obviously not. Yeah, good luck, dude. How do you dive? You can only dive on Deer Isle. It's a mod, dude. It's not in the game. It's a mod for Deer Isle. Oh, God. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, dude. Yeah, the no date sub is an absolute classic, and they really have got down now to the sort of... Oh, you're fucking kidding me. They have got down to the sort of price where they're not a great deal more than they cost in the store. They're like, there isn't much of a premium on them anymore. I don't see them getting a great deal lower. Could be wrong, but I think it's not the worst time to buy one on the secondary. I don't think. I think it's... If anything, the secondaries just started creeping up a little bit lately, but... Sorry guys, hand stake bug. We're having a really good day so far, aren't I? Relog for hand stake bugs. God knows what they were going on about. Very nice, GP. You got a Seamaster 300 on the way, have you? That's cool. Yeah, we're doing pretty well to be hitting 4 maps in one day, I have to say. This is running great. Last time I played Deer Isle, it ran like a shower of shit. It's running really well. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with ginger ladies, but I always play as this guy. This is my guy. So the suicide was not because it was a ginger lady. It was because I wasn't my guy. This is my guy. He's my spirit avatar. People like that make you sad? What, the guys on the other server? No, Garrett. No, it really isn't. It isn't a thing. Like there were people doing that to me when they were like 5 years old or something, you know, or maybe they still are mentally. I don't know, but no, it doesn't make me sad. It just comes with the territory. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Aside from the fact that it makes me sad that there are people out there that actually think it's funny, but it doesn't bother me in terms of being a streamer or anything, you know. Not in the slightest. It kind of makes me embarrassed a little on their behalf, if that makes sense. Wobbles, thank you very much for the support. I think people know I'm into them now, so they ask questions about them quite a lot. Yeah, I'll answer the question, then Robot Lady will read the question in a minute. But I've just always been into them. At the age I was at when I was a kid, everybody wore a watch. I've always just been into them. I get fascinated by things, and I think a lot of blokes do. And I've always been into watches, always been fascinated by them. From when I was a kid all the way through to being an adult. Just always been a thing I've been absolutely... I don't want to say fascinated again, but really interested in, you know, like the way that they work and the mechanics of how they work, whether they're manual wind or whether they're mechanical or whether they're quartz, but the technology behind it is both old and obsolete, but also fucking amazing still, you know. It's just a spring and some cogs and a rotor, you know, like they're really amazing things, I think, personally, but... I don't know anything at all about Nixon watches, dude. Never seen one. It's not a bad spawn, this. It's a pretty decent spawn to get going. Scouts bad, yeah, maybe. I don't know, Regan. I'll see how we go. But I'm not the biggest fan of going to Paris Island. But from here, it does quite often make a lot of sense. You get good loot at Paris Island, but it just takes so long to loot it. It takes a bit of a while. From here, I've quite often been doing the summer camps on the coast over that way, and then going to the airfield, like rather than Paris Island, but. not looting the airfield too thoroughly, but maybe just having a little scout around to see if there's something to pick up on the way past. Paris Island is like, if I started looting Paris Island now, I'd probably be done just as the stream was ending, you know, it's so big. It's a cool place, but the loot isn't as good as once it was, and it is just big. It's a huge old thing. Why do you not have any predictions on your channel? You're not interested in channel points whatsoever. Well, the only person that does the predictions, like the gambling with channel points, is Redline. He's the casino director. So when Redline's around, he sometimes does channel predictions. But he's not here at the moment. Mr. Bandage, did I? We do predictions sometimes, but it's here and there. I did it once and was strongly reprimanded. Right, where's the bandage I missed? There she blows. Well spotted. I don't think Dear Isle has its own ambient music, but I never have the ambient music on, so I don't even know what it's like, but I don't think it has, like, specific music for it, like, say, the Mousk does. Yeah, I already was in here, wasn't I? Ever considered messing with those DI watch movement kits? Digby, hello by the way, hope you're good. I don't think I've got the steadiness of hand for it. I'm a bit shaky. So, like, intricate parts and doing stuff like that. I think I'd be quite interested to do, like, a little course and be sort of talked into, like, you can do, like, a watchmaker's course. Not to become a watchmaker, but just to get, like, a flavour of it. I'd quite like to do that, but I think tinkering with stuff, I just end up losing shit and breaking it, you know. That wouldn't be for me, I don't think. Can we have a prediction if Man United will finish above Liverpool this season? I don't think the bookmakers are taking odds for a bet like that. Anybody that walks into a bookmaker's and asks for odds on that gets given a straitjacket and sent immediately to an asylum for 6 months. You got a favourite watch YouTube channel? Yes, it's anything that Tim Mosso does would be my favourite. 1916 Company. It's the guy Tim Mosso who's my favourite. He works for Watchbox, who are now called 1916, but he's the most knowledgeable guy on YouTube for watches. I'd say City above Liverpool. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think if Liverpool get Kerkez, and they've already got Frimpong, obviously, and they've got already got a decent right back. But if they get Wirtz and they do sign a striker, I think Liverpool are doing incredibly well in the transfer market if they get the players they're meant to be getting. City spent like £200 million in January, and it didn't make any difference. And most of those players barely played, did they? What's your favourite way to prep for a colonoscopy? I've never done it, sorry. You've definitely got the energy of a man that's used to handling tiny tools. Yeah, but the thing is, Ravs, if I'm handling my tiny tool, a natural shake is quite a benefit, you know? Like, having a bit of a tremor is quite the benefit when I handle my tiny tool. Not so good when I'm trying to use a little tiny fucking, like, watchmaker's screwdriver. I think the ideal way to prepare for a colonoscopy is to just pull your pants down, get your legs up and go, ready? Come on then! Well, I'm surprised we found anything based on how it's going now. We've got a shooter. They get you to lie on the side. Not when I do it. I'm going to have my legs... I'm going to be lying on my back with my holding my legs up, going, go on then. No, I won't. If anyone's having to have one of them soon, I hope it goes okay. Do you do your own maintenance on your watches? No, Ganja. Not many people do, but watch maintenance is a very, 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 very complex thing to do it properly. I don't think trying to service your own watches is a good idea. There's a lot involved, and you need to be properly trained, like with years of experience, really. I'll change a strap or something. I'll use a spring bar tool to change from the bracelet, like the steel bracelet, to a strap or whatever. I'll do things like that, but I wouldn't be wanting to service my own watches or something. I just wouldn't want to be servicing. Like you said, practice on cheap ones. Don't start on Rolex first. And obviously, I've only got Rolex. I haven't. That's not true. But no, I just wouldn't. I think it's much better for the longevity of the thing if it's going to somebody that knows what they're doing. You know, I don't know. Like, there's people out there that spend crazy money on a watch and then begrudge buying a decent leather strap for it. You know, and I've seen people that have spent like crazy money, £10,000 on a watch, and then bought the cheapest, fucking crappiest, off-the-market strap to put their really expensive watch on. You're like, and to me, it's a little bit like that with like if you're going to service something, like get it done by somebody that's properly professional, or ideally, if it's say it's an Amiga or a Rolex, get it serviced by them. You know, like they're not as bad as people make out. The servicing with most of the big companies is actually pretty good. I'd love it if they added that kind of thing, Tempro, like the ability to make a meal, like craft something. It would be great if they did, but it's never happened as yet. Like buying a Ferrari and getting Chinese tyres on it. Yeah, a little bit. We're not finding a lot of loot so far. Andrew, G-Shocks are great. I think it's legitimately true. Like, I'm not going to start waxing lyrical about what I own, but you can get as much joy about acquiring and wearing a new G-Shock as you can some fancy watch. That it's the same thing. It's the same thing. If you're into the stuff, if you're into watches, you can get just as much joy. Like, if you're a car collector, it's not guaranteed that... I'm not a car collector, obviously, but if you're a car collector, there's no guarantee... It's not the case that the most expensive, fanciest car is your favourite. That's not what... If you're a proper collector of things, that's not how it works, is it? You can get just as much joy out of it. What about Richard Milles? I don't like him. I can't afford him either, but I don't like him. I don't think I would Quack Attack. No, it's not really... I'm not really a mechanical kind of person in terms of like manually doing it myself. I don't think I would enjoy it the same. I was never really a Lego guy or a Technics guy or whatever when I was a kid. Never really my thing. Are you able to clip all of the hate speech out of the stream? Probably not, Corey. I can probably just mute that bit. There are things you can do, like if it were to get flagged by YouTube, there are things that I can do to get it removed. Yeah, I could clip out that tiny section, or I could possibly sometimes it will actually take out the bad bit for you. YouTube has cool software in it now, where it will, if somebody plays copyrighted music, it will actually remove the music but leave the sounds. You're like, yeah, that's kind of clever, but I don't know, I'm not particularly worried. If something gets flagged by YouTube, I'll just cut that tiny section out. Do I have any skeleton watches? No.
Cheers.
Finally got the smoke grenade in the purple card and fell to my death in the K-Muck bunker. Oh, dude, that sucks. Watches you looted off of skeletons, yeah. Like Chester Copperpot. If you happen to find Chester Copperpot, maybe you can get his stuff. I don't have a favourite colour on a dial smack. I'm kind of like colour. I like colour, like green and blue and whatever, but I do like colour. I don't like monotone so much, like just... They wouldn't remove the video, TDGA, but they would... You can put copyrighted music on your videos, you just can't monetize. Not always true. Not always true. It's up to the copyright owner what they do to your channel. So if someone's using your... if you're using copyrighted music, the owner of the copyrighted music can decide what happens to your channel. So they can take all the revenue from that video, they can do a revenue share with you, but they can absolutely have your video removed in some or all countries. So I've had that in the past where my video got insta-removed for copyright music, and then I could appeal it. But the copyright owner is the one that's allowed to choose what happens. I've had it happen to me. I don't know why you're saying not true. I've had it happen to me. I've had some of my videos blocked in certain countries because of it, and I've had a video removed because of copyright. And then I had 28 days to appeal. That was actually copyright on the video though, so it was copyright on the image, not music. So my intro, I had YouTube streams removed completely from YouTube, and then I had to appeal. So it's all well and good saying it's not true. I've had it happen to me. It was Unified Music Group that put the copyright claim in, and it removed my video from existence until I appealed, and then had to wait. I had to put in an appeal. I think it was a 7-day appeal, actually. It was a 7-day appeal I put in, and then after 7 days, the stream was then allowed to be back again. Yeah, sorry, okay, you're saying not true in the chat. I'm thinking you're saying not true to me. Sorry, my bad. This all makes sense. It's hard to tell that sometimes, you know, but it's all good. I have to say, I'm really pleased with how this is running at the moment. It feels really smooth. UMG are savages with the copyright claims. They are, Kerry. But they were copyright claiming my intro that I've been using for 7 to 8 years, and they were copyright claiming it on a music video that come out like a week ago. And it was an intro that you can buy on the internet. You can buy the rights to use it. Weapon cleaning kit. I missed a weapon cleaning kit, did I? Which one's the cottage? This. I don't know which one a cottage is, but if I missed a weapon cleaning kit, I definitely want it. You mean that? On the porch of one of the summer camp sheds, then I guess. Yeah. You mean that? don't think I've missed a thingy. I think that's... Yeah, there's no cleaning kit. Right, that's it. Smacky bum for you. Thank you, Photo. Cheers for everyone else, like Vibes Coding as well. Thank you for the partner anniversary messages, guys. Thank you. Stream looks flawless. Thank you, Max. I'm very pleased with the quality of it. YouTube looks stunning, but the video quality on Twitch as of this trial is way better as well, which is good. That's all right, Hemi-san. No worries. This used to be kind of good for loot, but it really does seem to have fallen off a cliff. You do sometimes get 308 and whatnot, but not so much anymore. I think I'm going to have to stop running around here. It seems kind of not worth it. Look at that zombie just staring out to sea, dreaming. Had enough of dreaming now. Am I planning to play Ark Raiders? I don't think so. I don't like the sort of third person over the shoulder thing. You've now got a red bum with a humongous roid. I don't know where you think I'm smacking it, but I'm not smacking internally. Something against females? Absolutely, Nicola. No, I haven't. I'm doing my best. I've got 2 chats and they're both busy. I'm doing my best. Bro, you used to type anything and you would answer. Now when I'm on my girlfriend's PC, you're ignoring me. So you're not even a girl? Oh, yeah, I did read your message. I just didn't want to start talking about some eBay problem you had. It seemed really dull. I have to go back and sorry. But, talking about some eBay sale problem seemed even dull to me, and I talk about the dullest of subjects. Nonetheless, I hope you get sorted with your eBay issue and the local problem that you have in Peterborough. I did see that message, but it just seemed like oh my god. Talking about eBay sales woes. That's the sort of thing I'd do, and nobody wants to listen to that shit. Don't you think that's not fair? Fair's got nothing to do with it. Sorry, that's a line from Unforgiven. It's not what I think about you. I don't know, dude. I've not had the best of days today, and someone mithering because I didn't read out their message. I'm probably got a relatively short fuse for patience. Livestream is 40% talking about watches, 40% complaining about spawns, 10% sports. I'd say it's more sports. It's a bit of a quiet sports day today. Nobody from England wants to talk about football after that shower of shit the other day that England served up. Fair's got such a good line. I think it's fair's got nothing to do with it. No, it's deserve's got nothing to do with it. I think Gene Hackman's character says, I didn't deserve this, and he goes, deserve's got nothing to do with it. And then kills him with the shotgun. Oh, Unforgiven's a good film. Thought KDB would go to Saudi. Yeah, he's gone to Napoli. I'm not surprised. I think he still thinks he's got it. It's a shame he's not in the Premier League. It would be great if he could, like, show City they were wrong to not renew his contract. I think it's maybe the right thing, like, maybe to, like, City need to rebuild, and keeping De Bruyne maybe might not be the right thing for them anymore. It's probably a good choice, but I don't know. I feel like Pep Guardiola is kind of losing it a little bit. I feel like he's just massively unhinged. I don't know. Nicola, thank you. Well, no, your name's not Nicola. Nicola's other half. Thanks for coming in. Chippy chips. We're not finding much, are we? This run so far has been like a shit episode of Aussie Gold Hunters. Like, I've set myself a 50-ounce target, and so far all that's happened is that the tractor's broke down, and I've not found any gold. And in digging for the gold, little bits of steel has been coming off the bucket of the digger, and I keep finding steel and moaning about it. That's what this stream's been like. Is there a good episode of that? I like Aussie Gold Hunters Dirt Marker. I like about 3 minutes of every episode. I like the bits where they're using the metal detectors, and then they find something. I like it. It feeds into my gambler's mentality. I like that. I used to like the episodes. There was this married couple in like season 3, and like I hope they did okay, but like literally they were the most unlucky couple ever, you know. But when they found something, it was so amazing. I think it's a little bit like watching this stream, right? When I finally get some kills and it goes well, everyone's like really happy. Because I've gone through a shower of shit along the way to get there, you know, like, it'd be no fun if Aussie Gold Hunters was just like literally walking down the field and every step they're picking up 3 ounces of gold, you know, but it's the arduous journey that they go on, and how many times they've had to fix their broken Jenny or whatever it might be, and then they finally get enough gold to pay for the diesel that week, and they look like they're about to orgasm, you know, like, there is something about, like, there's so much the gambler's mentality in that. Like, they're really excited. They've just found $6,000 worth of gold, but the repair on their digger was $10,000. There's something, I don't know. I just enjoy watching it. I shouldn't. Yeah, I think they were called the Gold Gypsies. Yeah, they seemed like really nice people. He had kind of brownish hair, and she had kind of like blondish hair, like kind of maybe about late 40s, early 50s, I'd guess. I don't know, but and they were quite likeable, but they had no luck. Cheers for the 10-month congratulatory messaging things. Thank you. What was your game of choice when you were gambling? And more important, how did you come to realise it was a problem? I came to realise it was a problem when I gambled all my money away. You know, like literally, like, the worst I ever did was I got paid, and in 2 days I had to pay all of the bills, my half of the mortgage and my half of all the bills. And I gambled my entire month's wages in one afternoon, 2 days before the bills were all due. So I'd lost all of my money, most of which was aside to pay bills. That's when I realised it was a proper problem, when I literally was that bad that I couldn't stop myself from gambling away money that wasn't really mine. And mostly it was horse racing. Not all that, but mostly it was horse racing. What was the other part? Yeah, how did I come to realise it was a problem? It was that night. So that day, I'd gambled in the afternoon. I'd gambled all of my entire month's wages away, and then had 2 days later commitments to pay bills and no money to pay the bills. And that night, I was putting my young daughter to bed. So it would have been would have been a 3 or probably 2, 3. And I gave her a cuddle and I put her into bed and I was absolutely in despair. Like unless you've done it, unless you've been an addict, it's really hard to explain. But I was giving her a cuddle and I was literally like, if I didn't wake up tomorrow morning, that would probably be better. You know, it was the despair of doing that, and also you've done it and nobody else knows except you because you're a fucking idiot. And it's just shocking, like the way I felt, because it's all your fault. It may be an addiction, and some people like to say it's a disease, which it is, but it was my fault. You know, for my own way of reconciling it, I never really tried to frame it as gambling is an addiction and a disease and I need to cure myself of it. I just blamed myself because I did it, you know, like and so I was massively like beating myself up about it internally. It was fucking awful. I'm not trying to say that it's not a disease. Addiction is a serious thing and it's really, really hard to get over. There's what works for one person might not work for another and so on, but that was the moment of realization that I had to change, because I can't keep doing that. They say only bad gamblers have an addiction. Well, the reality is, it doesn't matter how good of a gambler you are. Like, the odds are not in your favour, are they? Like, the way that bookies structure the odds on horse races and things, they're not the realistic odds. So if you're gambling every week, you're going to lose in the long run. Like, there might be a handful of professional gamblers out there, but they're taking bets once a week, once a month, a couple of times a year, whatever it might be. But they're not gambling every day on, like, if there's 6 races If there's 6 races at a horse racing meeting, they might be going there to bet on one horse in one race, not every race. But I don't think, even with professional gamblers, I don't think most of them are actually doing very well. They might portray themselves to be doing very well, but they don't normally look like they are. They might be putting all the money they've got on a horse, but they came to the racetrack in some shitty car, carrying their cash in a plastic bag and looking like they've been wearing the same clothes for 3 weeks. You know, like, they're not normally do they actually look like they're high rollers, you know. Uncut Gems is God tier, yeah. God tier. It's an incredibly good film. If you want to try and get a bit of a flavour for like gambling addiction and the frustration of it, watch Uncut Gems on Netflix. It's an absolutely brilliant film for showing that. It really does replicate the kind of stupid shit that people do. I did, not as bad as him, thankfully, but nearly. He ignores all the time. What, Randy? Who ignores what? Sorry, Big Mood. You got done for capital letters by the bot. Sorry, dude. Oh, please tell me I'm not hand state bugged. Oh, thank fuck. I thought I was hand state bugged again. That would have sucked massively. No need for a vitamin. It doesn't actually make any difference. The only way to eat this and really do it is just eat it until the germ symbol appears, and then wait. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
I ain't got no gun out. I ain't looking for no trouble. Okay?
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, no
I do
gun.
got one, but I ain't got no ammo.
Alright. Well, I'm coming out. Don't shoot me with your no ammo.
Alright.
Boy, he's got fuck all. He's got less than I have. He has got a gun. Right, we best run to the police station quick. I'd love it if you could see the chats from my perspective, Randy, and have a crack at it and see how you go at reading the messages and responding for 5 hours. That's straight. And then see how your brain copes. I'd love you to give it a whirl. Right. What about you? Oh, weapon kit. Very cool. I'm going to do the PD quick and then... Oh, that's nice. Is there a thing on it? No. Mel Brooks has announced Spaceballs 2 is coming to cinemas. Oh, how can they do Spaceballs without John Candy? That's crazy. Are they going to get Rick Moranis out of retirement? If Rick Moranis isn't Dark Helmet, I don't want to watch it. Can I put the game sound down a little bit? It shouldn't be that bad. My microphone is actually going slightly into the red and the game sounds are not. Rick Moranis is coming back for it, is he? That's cool. And it'll probably be terrible, but I hope it's not. How old is Mel Brooks? I guess it's that maybe like they're doing a not necessarily related, but perhaps from the time. Yes, it's a me.
So?
There's nothing in the police station. It's empty. They're obviously doing a new Naked Gun. Not that they're related, but similar kind of period. You know, like. Maybe they're thinking remaking comedies. Maybe it's time to remake Spies Like Us. Spies Like Us. That's the one. I don't want any remakes really, but what Eyes of the World. I am not going to lie. I thought the trailer for Naked Gun looked really good. Because they're not remaking it, obviously. It's meant to be they're meant to be the next generation on. So he's Frank Drebin's son, and it's only a trailer, and it's sometimes easy to make a trailer look good, but it actually looked good. Mel Brooks is 98. Fucking hell! Are they actually going to get the film made? Holy shit!
Barely survived a hike in the Grand Canyon. Only slightly more grueling than the infamous Bone Sphere rating stream.
Chabaz, dude. Well, yeah, I'd say the only just about surviving the hike pales into significance to breaking down a base with a spear. I hope all is well. Mel Brooks isn't making it. Oh, that makes sense. The trailer did make it look decent. Yeah, it made me want to see it, which I'm surprised about. I haven't seen Naked Gun for a long time, but I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I know this is sacrilege, but I watched Naked Gun and Airplane when I was too young. And I've never seen them as an adult. I've seen them both. I've seen Airplane a few times, but I was too young. So I was watching it more about... It was more like the film where the plane was going to crash. Like, I was too young to really be like... I didn't think much of it, you know, like... And so I've never really wanted to go back. I didn't really like Naked Gun. I didn't... Probably a lot of other comedies that I watched, maybe when I was younger, I could watch them for the... I wouldn't maybe get all of the jokes, but the story... Even perhaps Spies Like Us, for example. I was probably quite young when I watched that, but I knew it was a comedy and I liked it, but it was also spies, you know, like... I don't know. A lot of these films I probably was watching more for the adventure and less for the gags that were going above my head at the time. I ought to rewatch Airplane and Naked Gun, to be honest. And they can't be any worse than Step Brothers, can they? Hollywood needs to leave old films alone. I think that's unlikely to happen. A lot of the old films were remakes anyway, you know, like... there's been quite a lot of remakes in the 80s of films from the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and whatnot, you know, like... And Naked Gun maybe not so much, but... Often they were more like inspired by and then just done with a slightly different character or whatever, you know. There ain't that many stories out there. I think it's better to, personally, it's better to just judge each film on its merit and whether it's good or not. Some are going to be good, some are going to be shit. Actually thought we might find ourselves a hunting rifle here, but no luck. There was a backpack in the room, but I think I want to keep my my improvised bag. Squawky bars are one way! And put some sticks on it. Fuck me, that scared me a bit. Yeah, I probably preferred Hot Shots more, actually. Hot Shots Part 2, I remember really liking that one, but I was probably that little bit older when Hot Shots came out. So I probably I did like Hot Shots, but definitely when I was watching them I'd have been a bit older. I was disappointed to hear what a twat Chevy Chase was to work with. Yeah, apparently he was. Apparently he was. I don't know. I don't know what he's like, really. Like there are rumours that he's a bit prickly and not a very nice person. He's quite an old man now, right? But he was incredibly likeable on screen, right? I saw a clip, I don't know if it was a YouTube short or something, but he was going to play Crazy Golf at the Caddyshack Crazy Golf. Like, so it was called Caddyshack, right? Just some random crazy golf place in America. And he went to the counter and the first thing he said was, "Hi, I'm Chevy Chase." He literally led in with, "Do you know who I am? Don't you know who I am?" He's been a problem to work with his entire career. Jay Prizzle, I think probably what it is that because on screen, Chevy Chase had such a likable... Like, Chevy Chase is Clark Griswold to most people. That, like, most every film he's in, he's quite a likable character. And when you find out that likable character isn't likable, it can kind of grate on you a little bit, you know? But on the flip side, other people, it seems like John Candy was exactly like he is. He was a very, very affable, very nice man, you know? But I think that it's the incongruity of it, or whatever the right word is, of this incredibly likable on-screen persona actually turning out to be a dick. Feels like you've been duped, you know? Chiefs, thank you for the 38 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Shabazz, Cadfry, C4D-Fry, sorry, thank you. Hugh Inquisitor, Dirty Goose, thanks for the support, guys. Top Secret was the submarine one, wasn't it? I haven't seen that forever. Ragdoll, dude. Cheers for the gifted membering, dude. Apparently John Candy was... I was reading a few things about... Apparently he used to spend more time talking to the people that were, like, making the drinks or like if the conditions weren't particularly good for the people working on set that were like runners and stuff, and if they weren't getting food or whatever, he used to sort of sort it out himself and pay for like a van to show up and make food and stuff like that. He was a proper good dude. Yeah, Scooter Cat. I'd read something exactly along those lines. I'll read out what you've just typed. During Uncle Buck in 1989, he noticed that many young crew members had no choice but to eat snacks from vending machines because the budget focused on providing meals for the lead talent without making a scene or notifying producers. Candy hired a hot food truck at his own expense, ensuring that the entire team had something warm and substantial to eat. Exactly that, yeah. Like that kind of... That's a cool thing, you know. To be fair, the Manchester United manager is doing that right now, paying for people's family members to go to the game because Jim Ratcliffe's too tight to let... There's no plus ones at Man United anymore. The manager had to pay. But yeah, that's cool. That kind of thing is pretty badass. There's a few stories like that about celebrities. There's quite a famous one about George Michael and a lady that was trying to win money on Deal or No Deal because she wanted to do IVF. And she was trying to win at Deal or No Deal to pay for IVF, and she lost, and she won like less than £1 or something. And he rang up the studio and said, I'd like to give her the money as if she'd won, please. But please, can you not tell her it's from me? You know, like that's an incredibly cool thing, I think, to like be moved like that and be able to do something, but nobody knows. You know. George Michael, as in George Michael from Wham, yeah. He done. There's several examples of stuff like that he did. After he died, the people that had done it, or the people that knew about it, came and spoke about it. He'd done other things like that because he could, you know. Chiefs, thank you for the 38 months, dude. Thank you very much. Alright, I've got to be careful here. I don't want to be mixing with any of the stag zombies. That would not be smart. Well, the first barrack's really making me believe there's some solidly good loot here. Fuck me dead. You never hear about the good stuff when they're alive, only the bad. Well, I think it depends on the person. I think there's something... Like, there's a line in that Kipling poem about if you can lose it all on one turn or whatever it is and then never breathe a word of it, right? Then you'll be a man, right? I actually think there is much more... like... Being able to lose all your money on some stupid bet and pretend like it didn't happen doesn't make you a man, or it doesn't make you a good person or anything. It makes you a fucking idiot. But if you're prepared to do something nice for someone else and try to not make it about you, that makes you a nice person, I think. You know, like as in, like some people, like when there's problems, go and try to help, and some people go and try to help whilst recording it for Instagram. You know, there are ways to be like just help for because you want to help, not because you want to be famous about it. You know. So I think that's kind of what I'm trying to say there, is that's what George Michael will have wanted. He in that scenario where he helped that lady that was trying to do IVF, he wanted to do something nice for someone, but he didn't want to look like he was trying to be like, he wasn't trying to do any marketing with it, you know. And I think that's a really good quality. Like people can know about your bad points, but there's nothing wrong with keeping your good points to yourself, you know. Or if you're doing something nice, you don't have to advertise it, you know. They didn't, Mike, no. We really what the loot is just shite, isn't it? I haven't even got a target. Sorry, that's an Aussie gold. We need a target. It doesn't, Viper. No. If you become a member on YouTube, it doesn't remove the ads. If you want to remove the ads on YouTube legitimately, then you need to get YouTube Premium. Dude, yeah, I had some issues on Livonia. The server wasn't running very well, and so I had to switch. So I chose to switch to DayZ. Doesn't it say something in the Bible about that? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not... I went to a... No, I don't really... Let's not go down religion, but I had some of the... teachings when I was a kid. It may be that some of my morals maybe have come from some of those things, but I don't have no clue what the Bible says.
Planning on playing Deadfall anytime. Much love.
I'm not making any plans at all at the moment. Deadfall isn't my favourite map. I don't know what it's like player pot wise at the moment. I don't know who's hosting a server on that, but I've been really enjoying vanilla. I might need to give official a bit of a break after today's Livonia extravaganza. It might not be wise at the moment to keep doing official, but... No, Dude Nater, I was on... I did die. I had a really good life on Chernarus. Got a couple of kills, and then I had to leave Chernarus because I was getting shot at by an ESPer that was shooting at me inside a house where they couldn't see me. So I left Chernarus and went to Sakhal. And then, unfortunately, I died with the gear on Sakhal. I got a kill, and then his mate got me, and it was a kind of fun. So I got three or four kills on the first life of the day. And then I switched to Livonia after that, and two stream-stalking, sweary, racist fuckboys came up to me and caused me to have to leave official. So yeah, I'm not on official anymore because of that. I didn't really die as such. I couldn't really carry on. I did die, but forced. This is bad loot, man. I think I'm not sure. I've not done any investigating, but it may be that there aren't that many high pop Deadfall servers for me to go on. It doesn't mean I wouldn't necessarily go on one, but I don't know. Maybe I should give it a try. Heavy Chase would have been a better fit for Naked Gun. I know. I think Leslie Nielsen was Frank Drebin. I don't really like the film. I've never seen it as an adult, but I feel like it was his part. I don't think I could see anyone else doing it. Adam Crook was having the same issue with loot on DRR. I think it's because a lot of these places now are so much closer to the spawn. The loot economy is kind of shite. It might be something to do with the recent patch. There may be something a bit awry with the loot. I don't know, but it does seem needlessly bad. Like, I've literally... nothing exciting, have I? But we'll get there. I'm not going to bother doing any more looting here. I think we're just going to go. I didn't miss the bear trap, John. I saw it, so I didn't go through the doorway. I do Hoffle, yeah, I've got a 5090. Yeah, I intentionally missed it, yeah. I can't play this game as fast as you can. I guess I tried to survive more and take it slow. Yeah, I think it's a byproduct of being a streamer partly. Not because I'm impatient and I must get somewhere for the stream, but I tend to play like there's always somebody chasing me, dude. Like, because quite often there is somebody chasing me. The last time I played on Dear Isle, 4 people got banned within the space of 90 minutes for playing in the server whilst watching the stream at the same time. So that's not without its merit, but I tend to move quite quickly because it helps me not get caught by the fucker that spawned in and is chasing. You know, it's always a factor, I suppose. I've gradually my playstyle has changed over the years because I stream. So I tend to travel quite quickly from place to place. Right, I'm going to keep heading up this way. It might be that we're using the Longhorn as our sniper rifle fairly soon. I feel like we've got a decent chance to get some 308 fairly soon with any luck. Do I want to loot this? I don't think I do. Well, we might get a BK or something here. Well, maybe we'll have a little look. Any tips on how to deal with the stag Zeds without a silenced gun? Trap them in, dude. Like, trap them in or avoid them. You don't want to be meleeing them. You've got to trap them, and you can kill them easy enough with something like a knife, but it's many hits, and you need to do them one-on-one. But ideally, just if you've got a few Zeds around, trap the stag Zed in a house, and then run outside and kill the other Zeds, kind of thing, you know. I think one of the reasons why maybe the Naked Gun Liam Neeson is perhaps being perceived as not a good choice for the lead role is because he's basically become Mr. Action, you know, like after Taken, Liam Neeson's a proper actor. He's a proper talented actor. He's not just the dude from Taken, is he, you know, but I feel like people remember him now more for that sort of stuff and not the fact that he is actually good at what he does. I think people are thinking that it's because he's now playing a police cop, he's going to be like he is in Taken. I think he's quite talented dude. I think he'll probably be able to play the role fairly well. It's just nobody's been here and there's nothing. He was good in Schindler's List, yeah. Seen that in a long time. Why so many maps today? Well, I guess go back in time about 3 minutes, and I just explained. But we did Chernarus and Sakhal because okay, I'm doing it again now. I was getting shot at by a cheater on Chernarus, so I changed to Sakhal. I died on Sakhal and didn't want to re-gear, so I changed to Livonia. And then I got stream stalked by some very racist people and had to leave official. So yeah, there's the answer. I can't even remember the film Krull. I've seen it. Alright, let's get over there. Have you ever had a Timex glow dart? I haven't, but my dad had one, My dad had one, an Indiglow one. Yeah, he really liked it. It actually has some really good PvP Armachi. So, on Chernarus, I found a convoy, and there was 2 people going to it, and I managed to get 2 kills with with geared players at the convoy, and they were geared. And then when I switched to Sakhal, I made the best shot I've made with the 2x scope. I got an amazingly good shot. Unfortunately, his mate then played an absolute blinder. I'd broken their leg, and I got this guy broken-legged, and he managed to find a spot and managed to kill me and played really well. But the first life today, it was about 2 hours and 50 minutes across Chernarus and Sakhal, was great. It was a really good run. Unfortunately, since then, it's been challenging. Does the unknown canned food make you sick? It does if you eat it too quickly. If you do what I'm doing, eating it a little bit, then the germ symbol appears, and then you wait till the germ symbol goes, and then you eat some more. I don't mind that you don't need the swamp to do it, Liquid. I think not needing to teleport in that way is alright for me, I think. I think it was one of the worst places for people just waiting at night time to kill people trying to get in, you know. I think the reason it's been done is because it was so heavily camped and it was awful. Like, if you were going near the swamp at night time, there was players there. They had no intention of going to the temple. They were just going to get you, you know, and it was a little bit too meted. Like, people were just playing to camp the swamp.
Years streaming, making excellent content and changing so many lives. TRMZ love so. And I've only been subbed for 9 years and 3 months. Where has the time gone?
Raging.
Still the first person I ever subbed to. TRMZ love so.
Raging. Thank you for the nice message. I hope you're good. Hope you and yours are all good as well, dude. Thank you very, very much. That's a long time. I didn't actually check to see if that was okay to eat, to be honest. I probably should have. Right. I have to say, it's running like an absolute dream today. That's the nice thing about today, that the performance in game is really running well. I played quite a lot of Alteria Cubic. Yeah, there's only one of me and there's many, many maps. But yeah, Alteria's good. What map do you think has the best balance of survival and PvP? Probably Chernarus, but it's a very subjective opinion. I think Chernarus is by far the best map for loot routes and like balancing of going from new spawn to geared and different options and different choices along the way. What does meted mean? Well, there's a few different uses of the word, but in that case it means it's a little bit like it's a bit too meted. It's a bit too commonly done. It's a bit. I'm not going to be able to explain this very well, but basically you're guaranteed that there's going to be someone camping when you go there every time. It's a bit too obvious. It's a bit like it's set up to make it obvious that it's going to happen. It's meta doesn't actually mean most effective tactic available. It's something to do with the Greek alphabet meta. The word has been used. People have tried to call it that afterwards as a gaming speak, but even in gaming, it didn't really mean most effective tactic available. It's like an urban myth, that, believe it or not. Cheers, Woo Pig and Dirty Devil. Thank you for the anniversary messages, guys. Thank you. Do I have a bottle? No, I don't. I missed a shotty. In the bus? Fuck me, that's miles away now. That's annoying. I completely missed it. How come everyone sees the shot and he didn't? Yeah, I am reading the chat a lot, dude. That's annoying, though. I should probably go and get it. I don't have any shotgun shells, but... I'm probably not going to go and get it, though, because I don't want to go back that way. I don't think it really does mean the acronym, Gala Steve. I think people have tried to coin it, but it doesn't. Like when we say no meta with regards to telling me things from outside, that's nothing to do with most effective tactic available, is it? You know, I think it's not that. I never think of it that way. Like when someone says you just killed streamer Y, that's meta, but it's not most effective tactic available. You know. Was there a bottle on the bed? There's a Skorky bar on the bed. I really ain't doing very well. Feeling a bit fucking knackered, to be honest. I ain't doing great, am I? I missed the shotgun, missed the Zagorki bar. Nearly didn't go to loot the other house. Sometimes there are blazes over on this picnic table. We could do with getting lucky. I feel like we're deserving of some kind of gun, to be honest. You've got duct tape and I like how you spelt duct tape like it's a duck, quack quack. Yeah, I have got duct tape. The trousers are probably worth repairing, but I ain't sweating it right now. Look, I saw a gun. I saw it with my own eyes. I think I've got a couple of bullets to load that fucker as well. Look at that, we're geared. We've got a gun. I mean, this crap food I keep picking up, I'm struggling to eat it in time. Spaceman, did you say that on YouTube as well? I caught it on YouTube, but I was mid-flow on something else and I never got to it. But yeah, I hope you're all good with your tooth extraction, dude. It sucks. So industrial having a tooth taken out. My God. It's a little bit like time travel having a tooth taken out because it's a bit like it would have been, you know, pliers and maybe a knee on your chest. Yeah, there's a couple of different uses for the word meta with regards to gaming, Iron Slade. It doesn't mean just one thing. Like, there used to be, like, shotgun meta in Fortnite, and it was because everybody used the shotgun, you know? Like, there was only one way to play the game. It was the method way to play, you know? Like, which is kind of similar in that scenario. The best way to play was to go to the temple and camp it and kill the idiots coming to go through. Yeah, root canal's not fun, Porky. At least a tooth pulling is normally fairly quick, but I did find it... I found it quite shocking when it was happening. I had one tooth removed, ever. And it just felt like my whole jaw was being pulled out. We need to be so glad that we're living here and now when a tooth has to be extracted rather than dying because of toothache, I guess, is your point. I don't know. You're probably right, Max Power. It's kind of a cool way to look at it, but what about if we were living in 300 years where you could live forever, a bit like that film In Time with Justin Trouser Snake in? Like, what about if we could live forever fairly soon, and we could be one of the last generations that don't live forever? Could be. We won't be, but we could be. I don't know if I'd want to live forever. I don't think I could stream DayZ. Like, I've done it for 10 years. I don't think I could do it forever. There's a show on Netflix. I haven't seen it. Somebody I know was telling me about it. There's a show on Netflix about a dude that's trying to live forever, effectively. Like, trying to, like, live until it's long enough so that he can live forever. Justin, I don't know why he got the nickname Justin Trouser Snake. Justin Timberlake. I think for a little while he was a bit of a ladies' man, so the tabloids in the UK named him Justin Trouser Snake. If we ever invented immortality, the world would implode within weeks. I don't think it would work in weeks, dude. I don't know. I think we might need a bit more space. I don't know about imploding, but we might need a bit more space, mightn't we? You know. Brian Johnson, yeah, that's the one. Oh, good, more crisps. Never loaded the gun, did I? I ought to do that. Infinite money glitch. I think he's already a gazillionaire. I forget what he did now, Brian Johnson, but he's made a load of money selling his company, and now he's investing like loads of money into. The premise of the show is that he's trying to reduce his biological age by eating really healthily and living really healthily and sleeping right and drinking right and eating right and doing everything right. And then he's piling loads of money into research into living for longer. But I forget what he did. Somebody will tell us in a minute. But he sold a company and he made a shitload of money. Living forever doesn't exist. Snipe, cars didn't exist until they did, though, did they? I don't personally think it's meant to be. I don't think we're meant to live forever. I think it's part of life that we're meant to be as we are. But nonetheless, nobody knows what's down the line, do we? That's a low blow, Danish editor. Fuck me. Imagine what the retirement age would be then. Yeah, it's getting that way now. The universe won't last forever, but I can't comprehend that. Right? Somebody just said that. Like, at sooner or later, the very last star will flicker out, like the last everlasting, like light bulb. But even still, then there must be some kind of reset, right? That like matter can't just cease to exist. Like maybe there'll be some kind of big implosion bang. I don't know, but even after all the stars have gone, something's still going to happen. Surely. I can't fathom everything and nothing. Can't fathom it. Like everything, obviously there are different beliefs and whatever, but whatever created all of this could just repeat, couldn't it? Like, we don't know, do we? So whatever created all of this, whatever your belief system is, rather than say about big bangs or whatever, let's keep it kind of a bit vaguer, right? Whatever created everything, like, there's no reason why that can't happen again. Like, maybe that's what is happening. Maybe I've already looted this building in a previous run round, you know? Who knows? If we were immortal, we might live to see DayZ 2, that's true. And maybe England winning something at the World Cup. Cheers, Supper Tea, thank you. I didn't say that something created it, Nicholas. I said that whatever your belief system says caused it. Whether it was a big bang or whatever else, but nonetheless. Whatever happened to begin life could happen again, is my point. I'm not looking for some debate about religion versus science, dude. I'm about as interested in that as I am, I don't know, licking my own anus. Surely I could find some loot. Surely they could just let me find some loot that I actually want. One problem with fixing these gloves is they're going to start making me two up. England winning the World Cup is a once-in-a-neon event like the Big Bang. Yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah. No, Stabby, I'm getting there. Yeah, I'm a little bit sharper at pool than I was. The problem is that in my mind, I'm still as good as I was, so I'm a little bit more like it's my thing. But if I think I'm doing badly, I kind of beat myself up about it. But yeah, I'm kind of liking it. I'm mostly just knocking it around. It's been the most fun when my daughter's here because I've been kind of like teaching her to play, and she's been like picking up on it and doing pretty well. She's been like gone from not being able to put her hand on the table and put a cube. Like, she's gone from not even being able to bridge to be like standing kind of right and looking like she knows how to play, and like she's improving pretty quickly, I think, really. It's kind of cool. Do I call her Padawan? No. The younger one, Shabazz. The older one is doing her GCSEs. Actually, on that subject, I got a text from her not long ago. Maniac, I've no idea. Like, you do need to be subscribed on YouTube to chat. But no idea why it would think you're not subscribed when you are. I've no clue, dude. Okay, that's not on that island. It's on the other island, the other side. It's miles away. Immortal would imply you don't age because aging is entropy. Well, maybe, or maybe they maybe just go in for a service once in a while and they reverse the aging. You know, who knows what might happen? Maybe they might just replace parts. You know, there's people out there at the moment with like artificial hearts, right? There's people out there right now living with a heart that's like a pump. A bit like in the movies of the 80s where you could get like a Yamaha heart or something like that, right? Who knows what might happen? We might invent things that allow us to live beyond, or maybe we might be able to download ourselves into a robot like Chappie. When we can start 3D printing organs. Exactly. James, thank you. I'm going to 3D print myself a bigger cock. I presume I won't be able to feel anything, so maybe I better keep my own little thing. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. It's not appeared on my thingy yet. James, thank you for the gifted memberships, dude. Thank you. There's no point being any bigger if there's no feeling there, is there, really? Watch Repo Man with Jude Law. It's when you can't pay for your new heart. Yeah, I've seen it. I didn't really like it, to be honest. Is Forrest Whitaker in that? Who's the other guy in it? It's not Forrest Whitaker. Who's the other guy with Jude Law in that? It is Forrest Whitaker, is it? Blimey. I remember it feeling... I really like Forrest Whitaker, but I remember thinking it was a bit of a weird pairing. Like, it didn't seem quite right. I don't know. That film was... I wanted it to be good, and it was a bit off. Brian, I don't even remember Chappie having South African accent. The only thing I remember about Chappie is how easily Dev Patel took, oh, I'm just a robot now, you know, like it didn't seem to bother him. He just carried on. I think I would probably flip out if I was like, if I went to sleep as a person and I woke up and it was me but I was a robot. I think I would probably struggle to come to terms with that. But he seemed to take it well within his stride, and that's the only thing I can remember about the entire film. But what about District 9? Is that a pretty decent South African accent? Or Lethal Weapon 2? Game, yeah, Robot Man's. Dark Vet, yeah, I didn't see it, but some people in the chat have been talking about it. It seems kind of crazy, to be honest. I've gone that way. Diplomatic immunity. I kind of want to watch the Lethal Weapon films. I feel like they won't be very good anymore. Like, the last one, the one with Jet Li was pretty bad, but the others were quite good. wasn't Jet Li's fault that one wasn't any good. It was just kind of bad. It was the Beverly Hills Cop 3 of them, wasn't it? What is this area called? It's called Camp Bear. You'd rather watch Danny Glover in Happy Gilmore than Lethal Weapon? He wasn't in Happy Gilmore, was he? Hotfix, thank you very much for coming in. I'm sorry, I'm just going into automatic pilot. I tell you for why, dude. Because you're always a month ahead, so when you subscribe, you already start on 1. You don't start on 0. So, like, a month after you subscribe, you have your 2-month anniversary. It was Carl Weathers Carl Weathers was in it. He died recently as well, R.I.P. Yeah, I was going into thinking you'd done a 10-year anniversary then, like autopilot for some reason, but yeah, that's why. So 1 month after you've subscribed, you have your 2-month anniversary. So your 10-year partner, your 10-year sub was last month. The only possible solutions there from the future and giving stock tips to Redline. I don't know about that. Stock tips on what can go down 10% in a week. Yeah, I hope you're good, dude. I've not been on the ball with the Discord and stuff. I hope all is good with you and the family and stuff, dude. I did see a picture in the Discord not so long ago. I hope all is well, man. They sound kind of close, I don't know. Cryptic, yeah, I've had some of the newer guns with the marksman scope. They are pretty OP. I've died with a DMR a couple of times recently. I had a DMR on Chernarus and got killed in a really unfortunate way yesterday, and I had a DMR on Sakhal in recent times as well. Very cool. New home buying, eh? That's busy. On your right, top of hill, helicopter smoke. Oh, fuck. I don't know where on my right is now, but I can't really look for now. I've just got to blunt my knife forever on this stag's head. I think I should be backing away here. Just feels kind of fun to try, but I don't know if this is smart or really... It's really dumb, but I want... Oh, no, hey, where are you? Oh, bollocks. Okay, I give up. I was trying... Oh my god, I'm yellow. I can't even run away very quickly. The stag's heads are pretty tricky. Oh shit, I haven't got the stamina to do that. So the stags, they don't scream like screamers, but they do aggro like screamers do. They aggro. He's having a fun time. I don't even know why I'm trying to kill it, to be honest, but anyway. Did I not have any loot? Didn't have any loot, that sucks. Yeah, I don't know where you mean with the heli. I don't know if you mean there was smoke here for the heli. I don't think the helicopter landed here, so it might be a different one. Maybe it is, but I don't know. We'll be dead in a minute at this rate. The stag zombies are pretty tricky, aren't they? Zach, stag zombies are... They're part of the lore on Deer Isle, so STAG. They're basically like, as you've just seen, they take crazy amounts of hits to kill. If you're fisting them, they take like 60 fistings. If you're using a knife, it takes, well, fuck knows how many, but more than 10. Lots and lots of swipes with a knife. But they also aggro other zombies, so they don't scream, but they aggro zombies like a screamer would do. So they're pretty lethal, basically. They can really take a fisting. Oh, come on. The loot is shocking. Yeah, if you can headshot them, then one single 308 will kill them for sure, from the Longhorn at least, anyway. I'm not convinced a chest shot with the Longhorn will kill it, but a headshot would do. Pine Beetle, thank you for the 25 months, dude. Cheers for the support. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. You think the devs keep on increasing the item maintenance gameplay loops because they want to create a reason to keep going? They haven't increased the maintenance gameplay loop, Borg. The gun changes they were going to make, they didn't make. They didn't happen. If you check Wobo's most recent video, he does talk about it at the end of the video, so... But the devs said themselves on the day of the new patch that they weren't changing the gun degradation. I was hoping we might get an SKS or something, to be honest. I shouldn't really have been trying to deal with that, Zed. It was a bit of a mistake. Well, there's still scopes. I think that's just been a missing feature. So the fact that the hunting scope didn't show damage when it was damaged was more something they just hadn't got round to doing. I don't think it's ever meant to have been the other way round, you know. So I think having the chance to find a scope and it not quite be the perfect scope is kind of definitely part of the gameplay loop. So they've done it with the NVGs and binoculars and stuff as well, but I think that's something they'd probably intended to be doing for a long time and just never actually implemented, you know. It's never made any sense that a badly damaged hunting scope works just as well as a pristine one, you know. Biscuit spread. ATRG says that you should like the stream on YouTube, guys. Don't forget to like the stream. It's free. I do think they've done that sometimes, though, Borg. I do think that a few times they've made some interesting calls, let's say, on the direction they've taken the... like how long it takes to dry up when you're at a fire, how long it takes to get the plus symbol and stuff like that. Not always do they feel as good, but it's a very personal thing, that. I've only been on 6 hours. I feel like I've been on forever. That's a stag zombie. So the stag zombies look like USMC military zombies, but they're wearing the black outfit, normally with a black hat. But unfortunately, that fucker will aggro the other Zeds as well. If there's any other Zeds around, they're coming now too. Like that one. Thomas Frank, yeah, I believe you're getting some of the backroom team as well, aren't you? I was hearing about it on the radio. It could be interesting. Be interesting to see how it goes. I feel bad for Ange Postecoglou, but finishing like one position above relegation is not good enough for Tottenham, irrespective. I still think he deserved another crack because he'd won a trophy and nobody else has done that forever, you know. Like, I think in a way, like Postecoglou now gets to be like a hero forever, like almost like the Messiah martyr, you know, like won the trophy, got the boot, and now because he now hasn't been given the next shot at the end of the next season and maybe had failed and got the sack and 100% deserved it, he'll always be remembered massively fondly now, I guess, you know. It might almost be better for his own reputation he didn't get the chance, but I think he deserved it. Yeah, you are a Man U fan. That makes sense, Jamie. Yeah, but, yeah. No, let's see how it goes. It's a hell of a hard job, though. I haven't seen Tottenham very much, but they don't seem to have any good players. They have got a couple. That's not fair, but they are severely lacking in actually players. You know, like one thing football teams tend to need is decent players, and they don't seem to have any. Like, you look at Crystal Palace, for example, and they look to have better players than Tottenham. Which means that there's a big job on if they're expecting to come above Tottenham, you know? What's the best stream you remember you have? I don't know, Albertson. Not today. You won't have time to talk about Stuart's playing Tarkov. Well, it's a good job I don't play Tarkov then. Did you hear someone talking, did you? I didn't. Too busy rabbiting. Not everything's about money, Bliss. I don't believe it is. I think it's different for different people. I don't agree with that. How do you find PvP unofficial? I run around for hours up north and see loads there actually, right? Like, I think it's like people end up near where the choke points are. So, for example, on Chernarus earlier, the action I got was around a convoy near Groscino. You know, like they'd seen the convoy and so were pulled towards it. I'd seen the convoy and so we met. You know, you just need to go to the choke points. You know, whether that be helicopter crash sites or convoys or like the lootable areas, the military bases or the busier towns, you know. People are conveying through the map all the time, so you just need to go to the hotspots, I suppose. There's distant shots, but not too worried about the distant shots. They're not near me, I don't think. The servers are lying about the population. Official servers are not lying about the population, Solo. That's nonsense. There are some community servers. Some of the ones that are stuck on 127, those ones are always on 127 and they're spoofing the player pot, but that's not the case for most servers, dude. Got a vest yet? Dead. Why does bitrate hate foliage so much? Just because of fine details. It's compression. Like, when they're trying to make something compressed to be the size of 8,000 kilobits per second, that's how compression works. So what it does is it looks at that there and says, that's all green. I can handle that mostly together. And then it says, that's all green. I can try to handle that mostly together. And then when you're moving around, it fucks it all up because it's all mostly the same colour, but it's very, very detailed and the same colour, and it just can't compress it accurately, and so it goes all squiffy. It works really well when you're not moving very much, but when you start moving around, it goes wrong when it's very, very detailed. Why am I clearing this with a... Well, I guess the Longhorn's as good as anything to do this with. Based on what I've got right now. I haven't got any shotgun shells. I've definitely found SKSs in this building before. We're not finding anything. The loot is shit today. This is, like, not normal. I feel like the loot has changed since the new patch on this map. I don't know if it's just bad. Like, somebody else was saying Adam Crook was having similar earlier, but... And there's low kind of bad loot, and there's this, you know. This is terrible. Raph, yeah, I was... I got... Twitch partnered on June the 12th, 2015, yes. So 10 years today. If somebody did hear talking, it makes sense with the loot on. I feel it would, but it also makes sense that there was a few dead zombies by the exit or something. There was... The only dead zombies were the ones I killed. I don't think there was anyone around. Could be wrong, but I think so. Cool Hen Luke, thank you for the bits, dude. Cheers for the support. God, that bits was high, wasn't it? Thank you for the bits! .308 on single barrack last locker. Oh, too late. Well spotted though, dude. Yeah, I didn't see him. Wezo, yeah, I'd like to do the narration for the Discovery Channel. We've got David Attenborough for that for now, though. So David Attenborough, long may he continue. I don't think I'll be getting that gig. Oh god, it's been slow going today. Holy shit. It's 9 o'clock actually. I need to get some dinner. I probably ought to try and sort something out for dinner. Boy, is that a warning, is it, Oxy? I'm literally quaking in my little streamer boots. Oh no. M16 or something in the armour barrack. Fuck me. It won't have been an M16, but I'm not going back. Christopher, I got a kill with it last night. Sorry, on yesterday's stream. I quite like the R12, but I've not used it very much yet. Brian, that was Benedict Cumblesnatch that couldn't say penguin. He was saying penguins. Penguins. Benedict Cumberbatch, who speaks like probably the most like King's English of pretty much any of the actors, I'd say. Or one of, well, not the most, but one of. And he can't say penguin, he says penguin. Penguins. What had aggroed? Obviously not. That's the one upside to when it rains. You can do that easier. Yeah, it was the dude admitting to be the Humvee guy and saying next time I won't do the slur, my bad. Might be a joke, I don't know, but I don't care. Fuck that. Not interested in that nonsense. You missed the phased plasma rifle. Oh, I wanted one of them. That's what I've been looking for. Fuck. I just don't want to give that any airtime. Pointless, innit? Pointless, innit?
Might be my last sub. YouTube looking far more appealing.
Trixon, thank you very much for the resubscribing. Thank you. Well, you can join on YouTube, dude. The option is there. They're both are available. I don't know. I think the Twitch stream quality is much better at 1440p. It really is a big move forward. Thank you very much for the resub, Trixon. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Paul sounds like Piers Morgan. Get the fuck out and never come back. Fucking hell. I can take many things, but I can't take that. Pack of condoms on the picnic table. I don't need those, dude. Always wear protection unless you're in a long-term loving relationship and everything, right? But don't get me wrong, I don't need them because there's absolutely no chance of me sticking it anywhere. Yeah, cheers, Rickson, dude. Thank you for the 39 months. Do a British version of the Macho Man Randy Savage. I don't do requests, dude. No. I can't do Macho Man Randy Savage even if I wanted to. Yeah, I think so, Borg. Him and James Corden, you know, we wanted shut, so that, and then you went and made them fucking more famous, you idiots. What a mistake and a maker. There was a time when James Corden was massively popular in the UK. He did some stuff for like Comic Relief, and when Gavin and Stacey was in its prime, and he had this like comedy sketch show with I can't remember Matt something his name is, didn't he? He was hugely popular, but I'm sure he's popular now. But I don't know. I don't feel it's quite so much. I'm sure he's a lovely man, really. Oh, it's all good, Strixon. Thank you. Cheers for the resub, man. Yeah, League of Their Own was okay. The limited ones I got to see of it, but... He lost me a bit at that car phone fucking... Not car phone catchphrase. What? The fucking hell are they? They really don't like bikes, do they? They must be like horse salesmen or something. Maybe there's a ghost on that bicycle. I've never seen that before. Have I got any cool stories to tell? No. Not really, dude. There was this one time I had sexy time and I didn't get erectile dysfunction. Right. Me, they're really going at it. How do you do that? Asking for a friend. You have to get premature ejaculation. The cure to erectile dysfunction is to just finish a lot quicker. That's the answer, isn't it? I think that's the way I went anyway. Hi John James, thanks for coming in. Why is the loot so bad?
Party hat, happy partner anniversary.
James, I've not been on labs, no. I don't really go on the really crazy heavily modded servers as a rule. It doesn't mean it's not a great way to play the game, it's just not. I kind of like the slightly more survival-y end of stuff, you know. Which watch would I buy? I'd buy one of the really top-end Patek Philippe's, like the ones you have to apply for, application pieces. I can't remember the model numbers though. But it would be like a perpetual calendar, minute repeater, chronograph, all the trimmings. Like loads of money. I'll have one of them. Do you know what? I don't think I'm going to make you do the swim. I ain't got much more in me. I think we're going to save that character for another day. I think we'll call it there. Hopefully nobody kills me while I'm sitting on the pier for 15 seconds as I log out. Rather than make you... Because after that swim, we've got a bit more. I might carry on Deer Isle tomorrow. I don't know. I am streaming tomorrow. I don't normally stream Fridays, but I will be streaming tomorrow. Thanks a lot for coming in, guys. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for choosing to watch me. I've got to go and have some kind of crap for dinner now because it's 9 PM and I haven't eaten since 12:30. So it's that I'm hungry. Very nice. That sounds good, Average Sim. Yeah. Yeah. Cheers for coming in, guys. Those zombies will still be twatting that bike tomorrow, I reckon, the way they were going. So we'll maybe see. I don't think so. Yeah. Thanks a lot for coming in. Not the best stream in the world. Really good start. The first life was cracking. The life on Chernarus does a little bit show the perils of official, though. I had to switch from Chernarus because of a blatant cheater, and then died in Sakhal to an actually really good player, a really good legit fight with a dude who just beat me. You know, that was cool. And then the Livonia was a shower of shit. Deer Isle was no loot, so not the best day in the world. But the first life was great. 3 really good kills. Well, two really good kills at least. The second one was the best shot I'll make with the 2x scope for a while, I think. Anyway, that's it from me, guys. Thanks a lot for coming in. Really appreciate it. Catch you tomorrow, probably 1-ish, 2-ish UK time.